supposed to save us. We thought we escaped the killers. We're one of who escaped with us. And now, there's no future left.
We fell through time to ancient ground, where giants walked where streets don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves strip black, and something's always watching back. Claws not teeth, the jaws of scale, but something called to run our trail. A mask of a breath, no words, no cry, just Jason walking, and you died. Primal. No God, no rules, just death and dirt. The jungle breathes and makes it hurt. No scream can reach the stars we knew. He's behind you now and coming through. Primal. Steel in silence, liquid rush. Primal. He's not alive, but he still hunts. The rich can roar, the raptors scream, but Jason tears through every dream. He doesn't run, he doesn't bleed. You hear the crunch, you watch him feed. Hide in trees and caves at night, but still he wants no need for sight. He waits while thunder splits the sky and strikes when stars are blinking dry.
He doesn't belong in this time, but this time belongs to him now. Nothing but the dinosaurs challenge him, because even they know what death is.
Nice there in ancient ray. He doesn't stop, he doesn't change. Lost behind, mask ahead, between the beast and him. You're dead, a scream is lost, the jungle cries. A friend impaled before your eyes. The BF Rex flees in the dark. Jason stayed to leave his mark. Primal. The blood drips on a cretaceous stone. Primal. The past is screaming, but you're alone. A monster from the age of men, a stalking beast through time again. Primal. There's no escape, just pain and lace. So cut the past into your face. He followed us through fire and time. He doesn't stop, he never speaks, but he always finds you.
Primal, a Friday the 13th story, written by me, Joshua La Rue. Foreword, Horror and Dinosaurs. Hello again, readers and listeners. This is the 80s slasher librarian Joshua La Rue. In 2024, I wrote my first novella and full-length novel. The novella was Quarantine, a Friday the 13th story, and the feedback from all of you was fantastic. I'm so glad so many of you enjoyed my unique take on the Jason Voorhees mythos. I'll admit, when I set out to write Quarantine, I was nervous. I didn't know how fans would react to Jason being thrust into a zombie apocalypse, or how they'd feel about the human qualities and emotions I gave him in that story. But everything turned out great. Quarantine ended up being a fun and somber Elseworld story for Jason and company. Which brings me to this book, Friday the 13th Primal. Once again, I'm placing Jason in a setting unlike anything that's ever been done. And this time, it's far crazier and wilder than a zombie apocalypse. Jason Voorhees is about to find himself hunting a group of humans in the Cretaceous period, while also having to fend off dinosaurs, hunting both the humans and him. This story includes future tech, a time machine, and plenty of dinosaur and Jason suspense and kills. I know, crazy, right? But please don't stop reading or listening now. I can at least promise you a fun ride, even if it's not going down in history as the finest literature or the greatest Jason story ever told. Before we step through Edward Prism's secret time gateway, though, I want to share a couple of funny stories from my childhood. Ones that prove that my love of horror and dinosaurs has always been a part of me. These stories were embarrassing at the time, but now at 40, I look back and laugh. I hope you will too. So allow me to introduce you to 10-year-old Joshua La Rue. The year is 1994. Jurassic Park had been out for a year, and 10-year-old Josh was obsessed. He saw it in theaters 3 times, and by then had watched the VHS dozens more. He'd just picked up the junior novelization at a school book fair, and devoured it in one night. The next day at school, he asked the librarian if there were any more Jurassic Park books or anything similar. To his amazement, she told him that yes, there was a book, the book the movie was based on, Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. Even though he was only 10, and the novel is pretty intense, she let Josh borrow it. It was the first adult novel he ever read. And wow, that book was different from the movie. Scarier dinosaur scenes, gorier deaths, and plenty of strong language. A few years later, Josh would read The Lost World before the sequel film came out. He was furious when that movie barely resembled the book. But I digress. Story for another time. Let's go back to 10-year-old Josh. Josh's dad, a tire mechanic, had brought home a friend's golf cart he was working on. The La Rue family lived on 4 acres out in the country. Josh and his sister, 2 years older, asked if they could drive the golf cart around the property. Their dad showed them how to use it and told them to have fun. Josh had an idea. Let's play Jurassic Park. The golf cart became a Jeep. They drove around their imaginary Isla Nublar, acting out scenes from the book, including the very strong language. "Faster! Must go faster!" Josh shouted, glancing behind them at the imaginary T-Rex chasing the cart. "It won't go any faster! What do we do?" his sister yelled. Suddenly, 3 imaginary velociraptors attacked from the sides, 2 of them tackling into the T-Rex to distract it. The third turned its gaze towards the golf cart. "Oh shit! God damn it! We gotta get away from this bastard!" Josh screamed. "Hell yes! I'm going as fast as I can, damn it!" his sister shouted. The imaginary raptor was fast, relentless, and gaining. But Josh's sister remembered something. "The dart gun in the back! Get it, goddammit!" Josh, braving high speeds, maybe 7 miles per hour, I think, grabbed the imaginary dart gun. Just as the raptor leapt for the kill, he nailed it in the neck, tranquilized, down, safe. The rest of the day was filled with imaginary Dilophosauruses, stampeding Triceratops, and more T-Rex and raptor encounters. They hurled goddams, shits, bastards, and more all day long, just like in the book. Their parents had no idea. They felt like they'd gotten away with something taboo. Then the sun went down. They parked the the Jeep. Jurassic Park closed, but guilt crept in. Whether innocent kids or just plain dumb, they agreed that they shouldn't get away with what they'd said. So they told on themselves. Yes, my 10-year-old self turned himself in for cussing all day. 2 weeks grounded, no more golf cart, and my copy of Jurassic Park the novel taken away until I was older. Now let me tell you a story about 12-year-old Josh and how horror led to one of the scariest and funniest nights of his life. I loved horror movies from a rather young age. In fact, I had been sneaking horror movies my whole childhood, staying up late to catch something on USA Up All Night, sneaking in as my older siblings watch a Friday the 13th marathon on Friday the 13th. Heck, my friends and I played Jason Goes to Hell on the playground, even though only one of my friends had actually seen it, so we took his word on the plot and took turns turning into Jason. Although, when I went to see The Land Before Time at 4 years old, see, I loved dinosaurs even then. In fact, I cried when Littlefoot lost his parents. I remember being in the theater lobby waiting for my mom to get popcorn, and I bumped into a cardboard cutout of Pinhead for Hellraiser 2. It terrified me so much, I didn't see an actual Hellraiser film until I was almost an adult. Again, I digress. Back to a funny story featuring 12-year-old Josh and horror. The year is 1997, late February, a very cold night. Josh's parents are gone for the evening, leaving him alone with his 3 sisters and 2 of their friends. "Let's do something scary," one friend says. "Like what?" one of Josh's sisters asks. "Let's do Bloody Mary." Quick interjection. This house wasn't big. At the time, we were between homes. Our family had sold the house that sat on 4 acres, and we were crammed into a single-wide trailer while waiting for our next home to finish renovations. 1 bathroom, 2 entrances, one from the hallway, the other from my parents' room. Inside the bathroom, a sink and mirror straight ahead as you walked in from the hallway, toilet to the left, and a skinny frosted window above it, and a tub to the right of the toilet if you were sitting on it, and an air vent on the floor under the door to the master bedroom. Hanging on that door, unbeknownst to me, my mother's pink robe. Got that visual? Good. Now, back to Bloody Mary. I want to play too, 12-year-old Josh called from the couch, Game Boy in hand. Okay, but you go first, said his oldest sister. Youngest first, another agreed. Josh pointed at his 8-year-old sister. I'm not the youngest, Josh exclaimed. I'm too scared, she whispered. What's wrong, you chicken, Joshua? They teased. One of the friends, whom Josh thought was cute, was watching. No way he'd back out now. Fine, I'll go first. They all followed him down the hall. He stepped into the bathroom. Lights off, door shut, say Bloody Mary 3 times while looking in the mirror, his sister instructed. I know how to do it, he snapped back. Lights out, door shut, alone. Slight light from outside through the small frosted window gave the mirror a dim glow. He placed his hands on the sink, leaned in and hesitated. Josh had been raised by very religious parents, and part of him didn't know better than to fear that playing around like this could actually summon a real demon. So part of him wanted to chicken out. But before he could decide one way or the other, Why so quiet? An older sister called from the hallway. Yeah, did you need to use the bathroom first? The other older sister teased. Did you already scare the shit out of yourself? Josh thought of his sister's friend that he had a crush on, hearing all this in the hallway, as he heard the girls all snickering, and he was embarrassed and angry. He would suck up his fear and do it. Bloody Mary, he croaked in a voice he didn't realize had sounded so small. Bloody Mary, he said, much louder and confident. Ooh, that's 2, the girls shouted from the hallway. Josh wasn't scared anymore. Bloody Mary, he finished. That's the moment the heater kicked on. Hot air surged through the trailer, finally hitting the bathroom floor vent. A vent that was directly under the door leading to his parents' room. The door that had his mother's pink robe hanging on it, unbeknownst to Josh. And that blast of air hit the pink robe, making it dance and whip in the dark. So, what he saw was Bloody Mary's blood-red dress whipping in a ghostly wind. In the dimly lit, almost full dark bathroom through the reflection of the mirror in front of him. And then it touched his arm. Oh my fucking God! Ah! He grabbed the doorknob, pushed, but forgot it was a pull door. Panicking, he slammed into it. The top and bottom hinges snapped, leaving only the middle hinge intact. Josh climbed the door, causing it to turn from vertical to horizontal. He crawled as it teeter-tottered to the floor of the hallway, flinging him to the floor into a roll. He sprang up and sprinted through the house, knocking over sisters and friends alike, running into the living room and out the front door. He ran screaming into the night. Josh, stop! It's okay! They yelled after him. From the front yard, breathless, he turned. What was it? It was our mom's robe, his oldest sister said, laughing. The air vent blew it around. They had investigated what had scared him so badly, and had turned the light on in the bathroom and saw the robe being brought to life by the air vent below it. Yes, slashaholics, I summoned not a vengeful spirit, but a pink robe. A perfect storm of timing. I broke a door, climbed through it, fell, fled into the darkness, all because of a robe animated by a heater vent. I shared these stories so you could get to know me a little better, and to show that horror and dinosaurs have always played a major role in my life. The story you're about to read or listen to blends those two passions in a way that's never been done before. I'll either pull it off or fall on my face like that night in the trailer, but either way, you're about to experience the wildest Jason Voorhees story ever told. So without further ado, I give you Primal, a Friday the 13th story. Joshua La Rue, June 13th, 2025, Mountainburg, Arkansas. Prologue, The Collector. Edwin Prism, born Edward Percy Pringle III, was the first ever trillionaire. Caucasian of Scottish descent, at 55 years old he stood 6 foot tall with distinguished salt and pepper hair, kept short and clean-shaven. Thanks to his personal trainer, he was in excellent shape for his age. He inherited his father's tech company, Prism Tech, along with the family fortune in 2027 at the age of 37. By 2045, he had become the world's first trillionaire. Edwin was also the first person to crack time travel technology. Tech he hoarded entirely for himself. World governments wanted it, rival companies coveted it, but as the only trillionaire, Edwin had successfully shielded himself from their reach. He kept the world distracted with groundbreaking advances, free worldwide satellite internet, lab-grown meats, organ cloning, and the establishment of the first colonies, first on the moon, then, as of 2043, on Mars. He was even in the process of harnessing, containing, and controlling the power of a small black hole, something he called the Prism Wormhole Generator, a means of interplanetary travel by folding space, enabling a trip to the edge of the solar system to take mere moments. These accomplishments kept prying eyes focused elsewhere, and away from his more secretive projects, like the time travel tech. He quickly discovered the limitations of his time gateway. He could never travel to the same day twice. He couldn't travel into the future. He had tried, but it simply wasn't possible. While he could select the year, he couldn't choose the precise location. Wherever the gate was stationed in the present was where he would appear in the past. He learned on his first test trip that whatever amount of time passed in the time period he went to, the same amount of time passed in his present. So if he stayed in a time period for a year, then when he returned to his time, a year would have passed there as well. He avoided running into his family or himself in any time period. Too many time travel movies had scared him into believing such meetings could create a paradox of disastrous proportions. It took his engineers 15 years to perfect the technology, and countless lives, both human and animal, were lost in the process. But that, to Edwin, was the cost of progress. People often asked why he didn't use the tech to make more money, to invest in the past. But more wealth didn't interest him. They asked why he didn't go back and change history, like stopping Hitler before he rose to power. He told them that such actions could trigger a catastrophic ripple effect. But in truth, Edwin was no hero. He only cared about his own interests, and honestly, he wasn't sure what would happen if he changed anything too drastically. Besides, Edwin was a voyeur. He loved to watch. From a young age, he had been fascinated by predators. It started with dinosaurs. He saw Jurassic Park at the age of 3. As he grew, his interest shifted to real-life predators, lions, sharks, and eventually human killers, serial killers, like Dahmer, Gacy, Bundy, and Jack the Ripper intrigued him. Through his father's wealth and connections, Edwin also discovered the other killers, those so terrifying that their existence was buried beneath layers of conspiracy and cover-up. The kind of monsters that would keep the world awake at night if the truth were known. Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, the Springwood slasher Freddy Krueger, and the Lakeshore Strangler Charles Lee Ray. Charles was believed to have died in a police shootout in the late 1980s, but Edwin knew the truth. Charles, better known as Chucky, had used voodoo to transfer his soul into a good guy doll, and continued killing after death. Most wouldn't believe it, even if it were common knowledge, but Edwin had seen proof, and it fascinated him. He was amazed by the idea that Jason Voorhees had returned from the dead, that Freddy Krueger could kill inside dreams. Boogeymen were real, and Edwin knew all about them. He longed to watch them, just as he longed to witness dinosaurs hunt and kill, to watch Dahmer lure victims, to see Michael Myers stalk Laurie Strode or Freddy Krueger set someone ablaze in their sleep. Despite his vast fortune and resources, these supernatural killers had evaded him in the present. He even purchased the original Camp Crystal Lake property in New Jersey and built the lab that eventually made time travel possible, and now was the headquarters of his business. Jason had disappeared sometime in the mid-2000s. Rumors suggested the government had captured him and hidden him in a facility near Crystal Lake, but Edwin found no evidence. If the government had him, they weren't talking. No matter. If Edwin couldn't find them in the present, he would find them in the past. And he did. His time gateway was a massive ring structure, reminiscent of the one used in the late 20th century show Sliders, but large enough to drive a semi-truck through. A wide ramp led up to the ring, and a control panel was affixed to its left side. Each trip to the past required a return gate cube, about the size of a volleyball, made from a lightweight alloy. A round slot at the top accepted a prism power cell, a small energy unit roughly the size of a D battery. When activated, the cube would unfold into a door-sized gateway, glowing green inside when it was ready. Edwin would only have 20 seconds to walk through before the doorway shut down and the cube self-destructed, its alloy melting away after his safe return to the main gate at his base. Once perfected, Edwin began his travels. He first ventured to the Cretaceous period, his inner child awestruck. He would never forget his first trip back to that time. Edwin Prism stepped through the humming ring of the time gates and into another world. The moment his boots hit the soil, the hole in time he had came through disappeared, and everything changed. The air was thicker, warmer, buzzing with the life he could feel on his skin. The gate snapped shut behind him with the soft pulse of light, and for the first time in human history, someone stood in the Cretaceous period. He had landed in what would one day be northern New Jersey, specifically the spot that would eventually be known as Crystal Lake, a location that would become notorious for blood and death. Camp Crystal Lake would transform into Camp Blood. First, Pamela Voorhees would go on 2 killing sprees avenging the death of her son Jason, a boy with special needs that had drowned at the camp due to the lack of attention paid to him by the counselors because they were too busy getting stoned and screwing. But Jason didn't stay dead. He had somehow been brought back from death and pulled his small frame from the lake sometime after his drowning. This is why his body had never been found. Believing he had been abandoned, he would grow up in the woods of Crystal Lake, never maturing past his young age mentally. Always staying hidden, not wanting to be found in fear of being let to drown or be abandoned again. But he would grow into a behemoth of a monster. He would later witness the camp being reopened and new people in his home, and he watched in curious fascination. Then he saw his mother. She was back. He wanted to run to her, but was afraid of being abandoned again. So he watched as she began killing the trespassers at Crystal Lake one by one. He heard her. It was because of what they did to him, letting him drown, letting him die. She did love him. He decided once she killed the final interloper, he would go to her, be reunited with Mother. But fate had other plans, and the last thing he witnessed that night was not his mother killing the last victim, but instead the last would-be victim beheading his mother. He saw it from afar. He felt rage inside and wanted to hurt the one who had killed his mother. He saw her get into a canoe and go out on the lake. Jason would wait for her to reach land again, and he would snuff her out of existence. He still feared the water, a fear that would subside over time. He was disappointed as the sun rose the next day, and he witnessed police arrive and take the girl away before he could avenge his mother. He would end up finding her, though, and taking her life. And from that day forward, he heard Mother's voice calling to him to kill them all. And Jason would for years. He would kill anyone who came into his home. They would meet their demise at his hands. Multiple times it seemed Jason would be dead again, but somehow he would come back again and again and spill more blood on the ground at Crystal Lake, New Jersey, and even in New York City. But that would all happen much later, millions of years later, in fact. For now, the land was untouched, wild, alive in a way nothing in the modern world could compare to. Before Edwin stretched a massive lake, easily a mile wide, its surface smooth and clear, reflecting the sky and surrounding jungle. Mist floated above the water, slowly burning off in the rising heat. The shoreline was ringed with tall plants, ferns, flowering shrubs, thick vines, and beyond that, trees that looked like prehistoric redwoods, their massive trunks disappearing into the canopy above. And then there were the dinosaurs. God, the dinosaurs! Within minutes, Edwin spotted dozens of them. Just across the lake, a herd of duck-billed Edmontosaurus grazed on aquatic plants. Further to the east, a group of bulky, horned triceratops lumbered through a muddy stretch of grassland, flanked by smaller creatures that scurried in and out of the brush. In the distance, towering above the treetops, he spotted the long necks and massive backs of a titanosaur herd, slowly moving like living mountains through the morning haze. Overhead, enormous flying reptiles, Quetzalcoatlus, most likely, glided across the sky on wings the size of small planes. Within what he guessed was at least a 10-mile radius, he counted at least 5 large herbivore herds, all moving through the area as if this part of the world were a crossroads for giants. The ground trembled gently beneath his feet ever so often as something big passed in the distance. The lake wasn't quiet either. Strange ripples disturbed its surface now and then, and Edwin caught a glimpse of a long, dark shape slipping beneath the water. It could have been a plesiosaur or something similar. The place was crawling with life, top to bottom. Even the sounds were different. Low, rumbling calls, sharp cries from birds or flying reptiles, and the distant crash of something huge moving through the forest. Somewhere far off, through the thick humidity, he heard a deep, thunderous roar that stopped him cold. It wasn't just loud, it was familiar. It echoed with a very similar primal force as the T-Rex roars he remembered from the Jurassic Park films of his childhood, followed by a rumbling noise he could best describe as a closed-mouthed bellow, a sound designed to trigger instinct. Edwin felt it in his chest. Every corner of the landscape was alive with movement and sound. Edwin scanned the land slowly, taking it all in. The air smelled like wet leaves, pine, and something unfamiliar but sweet. The heat was heavy, and everything seemed slightly too big, slightly too bright. He had prepared for this moment for years, and still it felt like stepping onto another planet. A flicker of motion to his left caught his eye. He turned in time to see a pack of Deinonychus, what the movies mistakenly called velociraptors. Real velociraptors were chicken-sized, moving through the tree line, barely visible, their tails cutting through the undergrowth like scythes. Predators, quick, watching him from a distance. Edwin didn't move. He just smiled. This was it. The beginning. His tech team created a prism belt powered by a prism power cell that manipulated light around him, rendering him nearly invisible. A high-frequency audio device was also built into the belt, one that could deter even the largest predators. Thankfully, he never had to use the sound deterrent on a solo trip, that is. On later trips, he once walked within 50 yards of a mated pair of tyrannosaurs. The doe T-Rex was a towering presence, standing over 21 feet at the hips and stretching a full 42 feet in length. Her massive body was covered in tough brown reptilian scales, patterned with broad, sweeping stripes of deep green that ran along her flanks, legs, and thick tail. The striping was smoother and more symmetrical than the male's, like nature had painted her with deliberate strokes. Her frame was enormous, thick-chested, wide-hipped, and supported by heavily muscled legs that rippled with power. Each step she took made the earth seem to sigh under her weight. Around her thick, muscular neck was a heavy collar of dark feathers, charcoal black and dense, almost like a natural scarf. The feathers bristled slightly when she lifted her head to scan the area, giving her an air of primal awareness and quiet authority. Her massive skull ended in a blunt, square jaw, lined with thick, serrated teeth, each one as long as a human hand and shaped like a dagger. They weren't perfectly aligned, some angled slightly outward or crossed just enough to tear, not slice. When she opened her mouth to taste the air, rows of those prehistoric blades caught the light, stained near the base with the deep yellow of old bone and dried blood. Her eyes were sharp, amber-colored, and always alert, fixed on movement in the distance or on her smaller companion nearby. On occasion, he feared they had sensed him, even though he was invisible to their vision. Luckily, he was incorrect. The buck T-Rex was no slouch, but he was clearly more compact, around 39 feet long and a foot shorter at the hips. He was built for raw speed and sudden aggression, his form leaner and more angular, though still packed with muscle. His brown hide was marked by jagged, uneven green stripes that looked almost like claw marks or broken vines, crisscrossing his ribs and tail. His powerful legs and deep chest gave him a bulldog-like stance, lower to the ground but all force. His head was more narrow than the doe's, but no less dangerous. His jaws were slightly shorter, filled with a mouthful of recurved, saw-edged teeth that had evolved not just to kill, but to rip massive chunks from whatever stood in front of him. Many of his teeth were chipped or worn, some broken at the tips, evidence of past kills and brutal dominance displays. When he growled, a low, guttural rumble came with the brief flash of those yellowed, deadly teeth behind cracked lips. His own feathered neck ruff was shorter and scruffier than the doe's, like it had been roughened by years of combat and display. Still, when he moved alongside her, he kept a cautious distance, respectful of her size and strength, knowing full well she was the dominant half of the pair. Together they moved through the brush like ancient tanks, silent when they needed to be, but with the potential to erupt into terrifying force in an instant. They weren't just predators. They were the apex, the rulers of their domain. Recently he cautiously followed the buck as it carried the body of a small Edmontosaurus in its jaw up a game trail just a few miles away from where he entered the Cretaceous through the gateway. He never came out in the exact same spot after going through the gateway, but it was always within a mile or two of past visits. He followed the buck all the way to a nest where the doe waited, as she watched over 4 large eggs. The buck dropped the carcass nearby. Edwin did this all while staying downwind to avoid detection. He may be invisible to their vision, thanks to the prism tech belt he wore, but he was not invisible to their noses. He hoped to see the eggs hatch soon. Not only would it be a fun experience to see the hatching itself, or at the very least see infant tyrannosaurs, but also he wanted a Rex for himself. He had considered just taking an egg, but was afraid the time travel may affect it negatively and may cause it to not hatch. so he had decided that when these eggs hatched, one of the infants was his. If taking it caused any issues in the future, he would simply return it the next day. It would be tricky to nab an infant Rex, though, he knew, because these parents would be a hell of a hurdle to cross. It was very intriguing to see just how dedicated these beasts were to their young. When nudging the eggs, or when close by, they made almost a purring noise, especially the doe. It was quite fascinating. The male, or buck, wasn't eating much, it seemed, just storing food, while the female remained constantly near the nest. Still, for the most part, Edwin preferred to observe from a distance. His team quickly built a structure in the Cretaceous, a hideaway he called the Bird's Nest. A tall, cylindrical tower was installed, and around it a large, futuristic treehouse was built, equipped with a study, sleeping quarters, a small kitchen, and a bathroom that completely disintegrated waste. With the press of a button powered by Prismtech super-solar panels, the entire structure could ascend 50 feet up the central cylinder. A retractable ladder served as backup. A high-powered electric fence protected the perimeter. At the base, he kept a battery-powered jeep, covered with a military-grade tarp that manipulated light to render it invisible, just like the bird's nest itself, which was coated in the same chameleon-like material. Inside, he kept on hand at all times 2 return cubes, 3 belts, and plenty of prism power cells. He avoided weapons of deadly force, unsure of how killing a dinosaur might affect the future. Instead, he carried a tranquilizer gun powerful enough to drop 4 elephants, and in his jeep stored 3 different-sized high-powered tasers, just in case. He couldn't return to the same day twice, so he moved forward in time with each trip. He watched the buck T-Rex hunt hadrosaurs and apatosaurus, and then there was his favorite pastime in the Cretaceous. Edwin spent hours with high-powered binoculars watching the pack of Deinonychus he had seen on his first trip to this time. From his concealed vantage point, Edwin's gaze would fall upon the pack of 8 Deinonychus, 6-foot-tall nightmares of scale, sinew, and silent coordination. Their dark yellow reptilian hides, striped in erratic, vivid patterns of bright green, shimmered as they moved through dappled light and shadow, perfectly evolved to blend into their prehistoric domain. Each raptor bore sleek feathering along its forearms, the tip of its long counterbalancing tail, and a plumed crest on the head of the females, and dark quills atop the heads of the males. The female's crest varying in elegant shades of white and ash gray, like war banners fluttering in motion. They moved with a terrifying speed and grace, low to the ground when stalking, then upright and lightning fast when striking, each step poised with unsettling intelligence. Their sickle-shaped killing claws, the hallmark of their kind, curved like twin scythes from each foot, raised slightly off the ground to preserve their lethal sharpness. And when they bared their teeth, rows of curved blade-like fangs designed not just to kill but to rend and shred. There was no mistaking that these creatures were apex predators in every age. They communicated with each other with vocalizations that chilled. The movies and modern science had both been right, it turned out, as these creatures would almost bark to each other and snarl, but also they'd make a guttural, crocodilian noise at times, along with bird-like noises and clicks. They were also very competitive, and would snap and bite at each other when feeding to get a better position. There were also 2 juvenile raptors and 3 very small hatchlings that stayed with one of the females at all times. Their nesting area was a graveyard of dinosaur carcasses. He could see plumes of insects buzzing around the dead, past meals of the pack, as well as small scavenger dinosaurs sneaking around the remains for a taste. He could tell these creatures were quite intelligent, and Edwin dared not get too close, no matter how confident he was in the invisibility tech or the high-pitch frequency generator. One among them stood out, a full 7 feet tall. He was clearly the leader, a veteran of many hunts and battles. His right eye was a milky, sightless orb, the result of an old wound still etched in a jagged scar that ran from brow to cheek. Other scars slashed across his hide like a map of past violence, and the tip of his tail was missing, the feathers abruptly gone with it, torn away, likely in another brutal conflict. Yet none of these marks diminished him. If anything, they made him more fearsome. The others moved with confidence, but he moved with purpose, his presence commanding, his silence absolute. Edwin named him the Deadeye King. To watch them was to observe the perfect synthesis of instinct, intelligence, and violence, wrapped in beautiful, deadly form. So, to say the least, it was right up Edwin's alley. But eventually, even his time in the Cretaceous, watching the Rexes and the Deadeye King with his pack, lost its shine. So, he turned his gaze to serial killers. He never found Jack the Ripper. He tried. He tried like hell. But he reveled in watching Dahmer, Gacy, Bundy, and others. He was fascinated, but not yet brave enough to tell the likes of Myers or Voorhees. But after a while, not even watching Gacy in his face paint, burying his kills under his house, Dahmer picking up his next victim from the bar and drugging them, watching the Zodiac do his thing while the authorities ran in circles, was enough to satiate his hunger for the viewing of the hunt and kill. It became dull and unfulfilling. So, ready or not, it was time for the big leagues. He watched from a distance as Michael Myers killed his sister in 1968, and then watched as Michael returned in 1978 and wreaked havoc on the town of Haddonfield, Illinois. He watched from the shelter of a nearby crypt during a thunderstorm as Jason Voorhees was exhumed from his grave, coffin opened and impaled by a metal pole, then struck by lightning and resurrected. Edwin's heart raced and his smile widened as he witnessed Jason Voorhees back in the land of the living, then proceed to rip the heart out of the chest of one of the fools who had dug him up. Edwin felt pride and almost ecstasy as Jason reached down and lifted a hockey mask and placed it over his rotted face. Later, he watched through a window on Elm Street in Springwood, Ohio, as a sleeping teen was pulled into and then drowned in his own waterbed by an unseen killer. He even watched a living good guy doll crush a garbage man inside his own truck outside of a military academy. It was exhilarating. For a time. But even that excitement wore off, and the man who could buy and have anything he wanted decided to make that so. He devised a new plan. He would collect them. He would only take them after they'd achieved notoriety, after they became legends. He wasn't interested in being a hero or stopping future deaths. Besides, if he took them before they killed, then no one would have known of their legend at all, and his collection would be pointless. Edwin was a sociopath through and through. Only his interest mattered in the end. He didn't feel love or really any other emotions, except, that is, when he watched a predator hunt and kill, and he wanted the best of the best predators to be in his ultimate collection. He would own them, the power, the evil. Plus, if their removal from the past changed the timeline too much, he could always return them the next day. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. He assembled an elite team of mercenaries and soldiers from around the world. Their first target was a Deinonychus from the pack near the bird's nest. Deadeye King was initially the one he wanted, but he decided he would much rather be able to come back to the Cretaceous and watch old Deadeye do his thing in the wild. Not to mention, he felt a bit of kinship with Deadeye, and familiarity. Well, when Edwin's team showed up to nab one of the other raptors from the Deadeye King's pack, Deadeye tried fiercely to attack as the team tranked his packmates, even attempting to push through the agony of the high-frequency sound. But after a few moments, the sound was too much and stopped Deadeye in his tracks. Success. Next, Edwin obtained Chucky while the doll was en route to a wheelchair-bound young woman. He intercepted the delivery driver, paid him handsomely, and took the package for his own. Then came a 2-for-1 at Crystal Lake in 2003, where police reports revealed witnesses claimed Freddy and Jason had battled. His team arrived, and as they came to the edge of the woods approaching the lake, they saw a wounded Jason staggering out of the lake, Freddy's head clutched in his hand. Incredibly, Freddy's head came to life and even noticed the soldiers before Jason did, and the bastard smiled and winked at them. Jason killed several mercs, but in his weakened state, he was eventually subdued. Freddy's armless body was recovered from the lake near a half-destroyed dock. Well, not exactly armless. They found one of his arms impaled through his torso, and its hand wore the iconic bladed glove the legend spoke of. It would make a nice piece for his collection indeed. His other arm was found and collected as well. Edwin would wear the glove sometimes, for funsies. Freddy's body never decayed. The head stayed alive and talkative. Edwin had the team put Freddy back together, using the most state-of-the-art high-tech medical tools at their disposal. And it worked. Freddy was whole again, though at the moment he was chained and held inside a PrismTech holding cell. But Edwin wasn't a completely horrible host. He did give Freddy a brand new pair of boots, pants, a new red and green sweater, and even got the legend an expensive brand new fedora. Jason healed, slowly, even regenerated lost fingers. But Edwin's enclosure cells were inescapable. Not only were the killers bound in chains, but the enclosures pulsed with high-energy waves that neutralized escape attempts. Michael Myers was taken while in a coma, following a massive fire at a hospital. He awoke a month later in captivity, silent and still, staring out through his mask with cold, dead eyes that Edwin recognized as an apex predator's eyes, much like Jason's. Recently, Edwin even acquired a puzzle box said to summon demons. He rigged a robotic system to solve it, and when a rift began to open, he activated a force field. At the time, the box just sat in a state of flux. Chains occasionally shot from it, only to strike the field and retract. He kept it proudly on display. More legends remained to be collected. A clown that stalked and tortured its victims before the kill, and only his would-be victim could even see him. A hook-handed entity haunting some Section 8 housing, and even an honest-to-God leprechaun with a real pot of gold, and many more, all on his list. But first, he needed one last item for the grand unveiling of his collection thus far. It was Thursday, June 12th, 2045. Tomorrow was the big day. He felt his collection was big enough for the moment that he could brag a bit. He would reveal his collection to an elite group of the richest, most powerful people on Earth. Security was in place. The showroom at Crystal Lake was ready. Hosts, staff, and NDAs had all been arranged. All that remained was a pickup, one last piece from Crystal Lake, 1980, to complete his Voorhees exhibit. But first, Edwin had to entertain a guest. He had spent a significant portion of his fortune on the Gateway, and though PrismTech remained the world's top tech company, some extra income didn't hurt. Edwin had begun offering trips to the past for $300 million per trip. This money would fund further improvements to his Time Gateway and beyond. Edwin assumed with such a high price tag that requests for trips in time would be sparse, but apparently the super wealthy had no problem paying such a steep price for admission to the past. Edwin would explain the rules and would not leave the guest's side for their trip. It was always to observe, not to interact. If someone dared to try to interact, Edwin had a contingency plan of ending the trip immediately, then traveling solo to the day before the trip happened, and would leave a memo warning himself. And he would never take someone to the scene of a famous tragedy. However, he had never had to use this plan, as the wonder and experience of time travel and observing the past was enough for those who paid to go. Edwin had taken wealthy men, women, and even families to the Old West, the Dark Ages, the 1950s, the first Woodstock, Victorian England, and more. Surprisingly, though, one of his favorite time periods had not been requested. That is, until the most recent request. Today, he was taking Henry Wilkins, a spoiled trust fund brat who inherited billions after his parents died in a 2040 plane crash, on a trip to the Cretaceous. Henry had shaggy short blonde hair, was Caucasian, 25 years old, a gangly frame, 5'9", 135 pounds, with green eyes behind his sleek pair of prescription glasses. Henry had hounded Edwin's people for months. Normally, Edwin didn't entertain strangers. He preferred to only take those who he either knew or knew of. But Edwin's people did a background check on Henry, and what they found intrigued Edwin, and he was very much looking forward to meeting Henry and taking him on the trip he so desperately wished to go on. Henry had even paid an extra $100 million to visit a dinosaur game trail and see a tyrannosaur up close. Edwin would take him to the bird's nest to view the area from above, then escort him in the Jeep for a closer look at the most ferocious predators in history. After that, Edwin would finally head to Crystal Lake 1980 for his final acquisition, the final piece, well, the final piece for tomorrow's showcase anyways. It would be killer. Chapter 1. The BF Rex. Edwin and Henry stood inside the sleeping quarters of the bird's nest structure in the Cretaceous. Edwin was dressed in combat boots with thick, tough cargo khaki pants, tucked into the ankles, and he wore a heavy, long-sleeved khaki button-up shirt, sunglasses, and a safari hat. A pair of binoculars hung from his neck. Edwin was definitely dressed for their excursion and looked fit and ready, but Henry, by comparison, looked skinny and small. The trust fund baby wore prescription glasses that turned into sunglasses in the sun. His clothing consisted of a retro t-shirt for an old rap group from years prior. Edwin could make out the lettering ICP and see most of a face painted in black and white clown makeup peeking out from underneath the khaki short-sleeve button-up shirt Henry wore over it, unbuttoned. He also had on khaki shorts and his own pair of combat boots, as well as a pair of binoculars. On his back, he carried a red leather backpack that looked nearly empty except for some basic survival gear and a couple of water bottles. Edwin had inspected it before the trip and made it clear they couldn't leave behind any trash or debris. Edwin had nearly laughed at the sight of Henry's pale, thin chicken legs. He'd already given him a quick rundown before stepping through the gateway. The two men had been watching mini dinosaurs from the lookout for a while now. Henry had even almost lost his lunch observing a kill. However, now it was time to get to business. "So these are the important items you spoke of?" Henry asked, pointing to 2 cubes, 3 belts, and 5 small battery-sized objects sitting on a shelf inside the sleeping quarters of the bird's nest. "Ah, yes," Edwin said, picking up one of the cubes. "These are how we return to our time. This cube becomes a doorway when one of those power cells, the battery-sized objects, is inserted into the slot on top." "Ah, so I assume these belts are the safety devices that render us invisible?" Henry asked, eyeing the gear. "Yes, indeed. When we leave here for our little field expedition, we'll be wearing them," Edwin replied. I can't wait to see a T-Rex up close," Henry said, sounding as giddy as a schoolchild, yet deep down felt trepidation. "Today you're going to see 2, maybe even 6, if their eggs have hatched. They're the closest ones I've found so far. I haven't ventured extremely far out yet. There are other carnivores nearby, you've seen some of them already, but I can't guarantee your safety with those up close. However, there are plenty of herbivores beyond and leading up to the game trail and the Rexes. I promise you won't be disappointed, Mr. Wilkins," Edwin said. There was a slight edge in the way he said Mr. Wilkins, but Henry didn't think anything of it. "Wow, just wow, Mr. Prism. This is unbelievable. Thank you for accepting my request, and yeah, of course." Henry beamed. And thank you for your generous admission payment. It'll go a long way toward further advancements in time travel tech, and call me Ed, Edwin said. You bet, I mean Ed. One quick question. Where's the restroom exactly? I need to go before we, go, Henry asked timidly. Ah, it's right through that door, Edwin said, pointing to a small door at the end of the room beyond a full-sized bed next to the shelf they'd been standing near. Thanks, Ed. Here, put this on when you're done. It clips easily at the front, and put this in your pocket, Edwin said, handing Henry one of the belts. He then reached for one of the power cells, seemed to reconsider, and chose the one next to it instead before handing it over. Edwin picked up another 2 power cells, slipped them into his own pockets, grabbing a return cube, and took an invisibility belt for himself. He clipped the belt on, demonstrating it for Henry, and then attached the return cube to a loop on his belt. I'll be waiting for you by the control panel, Edwin said, as he exited up a narrow staircase leading to the bird's nest observation area. He turned left towards the controls for the bird's nest that would take them back down to ground level. Henry followed Edwin's instructions, securing the belt around his waist and placing the power cell in his pocket. Then he stepped into the small restroom. But only moments after Edwin had left and he felt the structure begin to lower to the ground, Henry emerged. He approached the shelf they had just stood in front of, quickly removed his backpack and unzipped it. After glancing over his shoulder to make sure he was still alone, he turned back to the shelf and gathered the remaining belt, cube, and the last 2 power cells. He tucked the 4 objects inside his backpack, zipped it shut, and slung it back onto his shoulders. Henry wasn't as timid or foolish as Edwin might think. He wasn't a trust fund baby, and his name wasn't even Henry Wilkins. It was Joshua Marcel, a researcher for Prism Tech's biggest rival, Nexus Technologies. He had agreed to go undercover and infiltrate Edwin's time gateway to retrieve samples of Prism's technology, something Nexus hoped to reverse engineer to unlock the secrets of time travel for themselves. Their backstory had worked. They'd created a background for Henry Wilkins that could survive even the most intense vetting, they thought, and all their efforts had finally paid off. Before Edwin and Henry returned to the bird's nest after their excursion, Henry planned to fake an emergency, something that would force Edwin to use the return gate clipped to his belt early. Then, when they returned to their time, he would make his way out of the building as fast as he could and get back to Nexus Technologies. It wouldn't be until the next time he ventured to the Cretaceous before Edwin realized the remaining cube belt and power cells were missing from that shelf. By then, Nexus would already be at work reverse engineering the tech, and taking the items may even end up leaving that douchebag Prism stranded in the Cretaceous with no way home. But that was of no consequence to Joshua. In fact, from what he'd heard about Prism and what he'd witnessed firsthand so far, gave him the feeling he might be doing the world a favor if that happened. Joshua, a.k.a. Henry, made his way up the stairs to meet Edwin and head to the Jeep parked near the structure. Their field trip was about to begin. The black electric-powered Jeep bounced over the uneven terrain. The Jeep was topless, and the bird's nest lay almost 2 miles behind them. Edwin was taking Henry to see the Rexes, and the game trail wasn't far now. "You're positive we'll be safe, Ed?" Henry asked, gripping the roll cage above the passenger door with a very tight grip, as if letting go would send him flying away into space. "As long as we stay downwind, which we will, definitely, then yes, Henry, we should be just fine," Edwin replied with a slight laugh, but the laugh didn't sit well with Henry. It didn't make him feel any safer. Earlier that day, the 2 men had spent over an hour on the observation deck of the bird's nest, watching distant herds of herbivores, flying reptiles, and more. They had observed the majestic dinosaurs through their individual pairs of high-powered binoculars, the towering titanosaurs by the vast lake, and smaller duck-billed hadrosaurs across from the long-necked giants, all taking turns drinking from the watering hole. Henry had watched in wonder as 3 huge flying creatures the size of a small plane flew over the herds of the herbivores in the distance. It wasn't all majestic, though. Henry had nearly turned away in disgust when Edwin pointed out the Dead-Eye King and his pack of raptors hunting a baby triceratops that had strayed too far behind its herd. Its mother, or what Edwin assumed was its mother, had tried to fend off the pack. But when she realized she was no match for them, she retreated to rejoin her herd, leaving the baby to a brutal demise. "We're not going to let them eat the baby, are we? Don't you have some weapons?" Henry had pleaded, sickened by the scene. "It's nature, my dear Henry. Just beautiful nature. Survival of the fittest. Even if I had a way to stop them, I wouldn't dare interfere. It's not my place," Edwin had said, lowering his binoculars and turning to Henry. There was a devilish smile on his face, a sick glee that made Henry's skin crawl. "Now, watch what they do next. It's fascinating." "Oh, okay," Henry had said shakily. He didn't want to watch, but didn't want to arouse any suspicion, so he obeyed, lifting his binoculars just in time to see the raptors flip the young triceratops onto its back. The Dead-Eye King stepped forward, and with the flick of its deadly sickle claw, slashed open the baby's stomach from neck to groin. Blood and gore erupted from the incision as the pack tore into their kill like jackals. The raptors clawed and snapped at each other to jockey for position, some holding intestines and chunks of meat in their 3-clawed hands, tearing at the flesh with faces drenched in gore. It was too much. Henry dropped the binoculars, doubled over with his hands on his knees, pale, and struggling to hold down his recent meal. "Ha ha ha! Welcome to the Cretaceous, Henry, my boy," Edwin had chuckled, slapping the younger man on the back hard enough to nearly knock him over. "You sure you're up for seeing the T-Rex pair? You look a little green around the gills." Henry wasn't sure he wanted to get close to the Rexes anymore. Watching the raptors had terrified him. He kept picturing them tearing apart not a baby triceratops, but himself, Joshua Marcel, a.k.a. Henry Wilkins. When this was all just a plan for a bit of corporate espionage, the dinosaurs had seemed like distant pawns in the larger scheme of things. Now, though, they were real. They were flesh and blood. They were nearby, and they were deadly. But he reminded himself he just needed some of Edwin's tech, had to steal it somehow. Then he could fake a medical emergency, forcing the early return before he could be found out, and before getting too close to anything that might see him as an entree. He'd just have to wait for the right moment. Besides, he'd talked so much about his fascination with the mighty T-Rex that acting scared now would be suspicious. He swallowed his nausea, bit back his fear, and stood up, plastering an assertive expression on his face. "Yes, I'm fine, just got a little nauseous. The kill caught me off guard. I'm ready to go when you are," Henry had said confidently. "All right, if you're sure," Edwin had replied. "First things first, we need to head into the sleeping quarters and retrieve our protective gear and return cube." They walked down a narrow staircase into the sleeping quarters and stepped up to the shelf holding the belts, power cells, and return cubes. And the rest was history. That had only been about an hour and a half ago, but it felt like days now. Henry's heart was pounding, his nerves frayed. They'd been driving over rough terrain, but at least in the open, where he could see around him. Now they were on the game trail, surrounded by tall grass, lush fauna, and giant trees pressing in on both sides. The ride was so rough he feared being thrown from the jeep at any moment. Most troubling of all, the Deinonychus were still out there somewhere, and right now the 2 men were fully visible. The Jeep's invisibility only worked when the special tarp was stretched over it, but it couldn't be on while driving. Activating their belts would be pointless inside a huge, fully visible vehicle. The few herbivores they'd seen had moved aside, but Henry doubted the raptors would be so courteous. Edwin had assured him that if anything dangerous came close, he'd activate a high-pitched frequency device in their belts, something that worked on the raptors. Henry wondered if it would affect the Rexes. More than the carnivorous monsters they were approaching, Henry also worried about being found out. What if Edwin asked for something from his backpack? Damn it, he thought. Why didn't I offer him a bottle of water before we left? I could have had it ready in my hands. His thoughts were cut short when the Jeep came to a stop. Before Henry could say anything, Edwin put a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Henry's heart skipped a beat when he felt the Jeep tremble slightly. What's wrong? Henry whispered. Nothing. We're close. Gotta go on foot from here, Edwin whispered back. Edwin carefully exited the Jeep, quietly shutting the door behind him. Henry followed suit. Give me a hand, Edwin whispered, moving to the back of the Jeep and pulling out the folded tarp. The two men spread it fully over the vehicle and secured it with stakes driven into the ground. Just like that, the Jeep almost vanished from sight. Henry was impressed. Similar tarping was used in the military, but this was beyond anything he'd ever seen. He wished there had been a second one, something he could steal for Nexus Technologies to copy. Follow me quietly, Edwin said, motioning Henry to follow. Okay, should I turn on the belt? Henry asked. Edwin shook his head. Not yet. Prism led Henry into the tree line. The two men moved slowly through thick, lush vegetation and tangled vines. Edwin mused to himself at how Henry struggled to avoid thorns and bushes with his bare legs exposed. But Edwin knew exactly where to go. Suddenly, Edwin stopped and held up a finger, licking it and holding it into the air. They were downwind. He motioned for Henry to follow and pressed a finger to his lips again. Henry's heart hammered so hard he thought it might burst. He had to make this seem legitimate. He had to see it through and then fake his emergency. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Edwin knew they were near the nest, as he had seen before that the doe would pace around the nest, and he figured that they were now feeling her steps' impact. So far, the jungle around them had been alive with insects, distant dinosaur cries, and wind rustling leaves. But suddenly, the forest fell silent and still. A strong stench of decay filled their nostrils. A new noise emerged, chittering, like baby birds squeaking and calling. Along with it came a rumbling, purring sound. Fuck it, I'm doing it now, Henry thought. The shaking ground, the smell of death, the soft chittering, everything was overwhelming. Who cared what Edwin thought? When they got back, he'd just rush to his car and leave this nightmare behind. It was time to fake a medical emergency. He thought a panic attack seemed appropriate for their current state of affairs. He reached for his chest, preparing to clutch his heart and collapse. But then, ahead of him, Edwin pushed aside thick vines to reveal a large hole in the ground, scattered with broken eggshells. Large insects flew around decayed carcasses of long-dead dinosaurs. Then Henry saw them. 4 skinny, chicken-sized, featherless birds. It took him a moment, but then he realized they were the infant tyrannosaurs, each with a slight down of almost flesh-colored fuzz around their necks. The louder, rumbling, purring noise made sense now, as Henry's eyes traveled upward to see the large, square head of one of the Rexes. He felt it was a proud mom, purring as she watched over her offspring. Henry almost urinated on the spot from fear and wonder. Edwin slowly turned, pulling a prism power cell from his pocket and holding it up. He pointed to Henry's pocket, and Henry's trembling hand mirrored the gesture. Something came to Edwin's mind, and he slowly turned his gaze back toward the nest, power cells still in hand. Only one Rex was at the nest. There should be two. Edwin had been observing their behavior for some time, and they were always both present at the nest this time of day. Another thought struck him. The eggs had hatched. The doe Rex stayed with the babies, while the buck hunted. Behind Edwin, a sudden crash broke the silence, followed by a strange humming noise from Henry. Edwin turned back to see Henry standing stiff, eyes bugging so wide they might pop, and the strange noise was Henry's closed-mouthed scream. Edwin followed Henry's gaze up and to the left. He then saw, peering through the foliage, the large square head of the buck Rex. It looked at them, blinked in confusion, sniffed, and made a guttural noise, like a large goose mixed with the eerie ghost sounds from The Grudge. It sent a chill down Edwin's spine. He glanced behind and saw the doe Rex standing at attention. Towering at 21 feet, she roared, and the buck roared in return. Edwin slammed his power cell into his belt and pressed the activation button to cloak himself. He grabbed Henry's power cell and slammed it into Henry's belt, activating it as Henry stood stiff, screaming silently, tears streaming down his cheeks. The tears, along with Henry himself, vanished from sight. Edwin, now invisible, reached out to where Henry had been standing and grabbed his forearm, pulling him back as he slowly retreated. The doe Rex stepped from the nest and moved through the thick vines where the men had just stood. She looked at the buck, who looked back. Both began scanning their surroundings with agitated grunts, lowering their massive heads to the ground where the intruders had been and sniffing vigorously. They alternated between sniffing, then standing at full height, stomping nervously, and then leaning down, sniffing again. The men remained downwind and hidden out of sight for now. Edwin had greatly miscalculated the behavior of the Rexes. He had not accounted for how things might shift once the babies hatched, and now he and his guest were in grave danger. Activating the return cube this close to the Rexes wasn't an option, not without risking disaster. Still, he was fairly certain he could navigate both himself and Henry back to the Jeep and eventually to the bird's nest. But first, there was something else he needed to take care of. This wasn't exactly how he intended things to unfold, but it was close. He might have gotten a little closer to the danger than he planned, but that was fine. Edwin was excellent at improvisation. He pulled Henry along with him, circling the buck Rex at a wide berth. "Jesus! Oh, Jesus!" Henry muttered under his breath repeatedly. "Hush, you idiot, just keep walking," Edwin hissed through gritted teeth. His tone was chilling, colder, darker, coming from a completely different man than the one Henry had come to know in this short time. Henry flinched at the insult and the icy venom in Edwin's voice, and he was doing everything in his power not to evacuate his bladder and bowels right then and there. He was being pulled through the jungle of the goddamn Cretaceous period by the trillionaire he had robbed, all while being stalked by a pair of pissed-off tyrannosaurs. The fact that his pants remained clean was to him a personal testament to his grit in this moment. Then it hit him. Edwin was guiding him through the jungle, skirting around the second Rex and heading back toward the game trail, right out in the open. Sure, they were invisible, but it made no sense to leave the cover of the trees and brush. Henry had assumed Edwin was just trying to get far enough away to safely activate the return cube. But no, he was pulling him directly onto the exposed game trail. Henry began resisting, trying to halt their progress, but it was too late. With one final yank, Edwin pulled them both out onto the trail. About 100 yards ahead, the lower half of the buck Rex came into view, its tail swaying lazily back and forth, while its massive torso and head remained buried in the foliage, still searching. "What are you doing?" Henry hissed. "Let's get out of here. Activate the cube." "Wait for it," Edwin replied in a low, almost serene tone. "No, either activate that damn return cube, or let's get to the goddamn Jeep. And listen, I don't appreciate you calling me a—" Henry began to scold Edwin in a hushed but indignant whisper, habitually pointing in the direction of Edwin's voice. It took him a second to realize something terrifying. He could see his own finger as he pointed, and if he could see it, the Rex could too. "What the hell? Why is my belt not working?" he whispered, panicked, glancing back to make sure the Rex was still preoccupied. "Oh no," Edwin said sarcastically just beside him. "Looks like your power cell didn't have a full charge. What to do? What to do? That Rex is gonna stop searching any second now." "Wait, what? Give me your other power cell, hurry!" Henry pleaded. "Nah, can't do it, kiddo. Gotta have it to get back home. But hey, you've got a couple in that backpack of yours, the ones you stole. Use one of those," Edwin said, with hushed cockiness, revealing he had known all along. "What? No, I don't. No, I didn't. You're crazy. Give me the power cell," Henry stammered, surprised he'd been caught. In his surprise, he didn't realize he had raised his voice a bit too much. "Oh shit," he added in a more cautious whisper, as he turned away from the invisible psycho he'd been shouting at and spotted the buck Rex slowly backing out of the foliage. "Who do you work for?" Edwin growled, his voice a hateful, almost evil whisper. "I know you've got my tech in your pack. I know you're not Henry Wilkins. You with the government? A competitor? Is it Nexus? Those bastards have been trying to get their hands on my gateway tech for years. Answer me. And seriously, kid, if you don't pull out one of those power cells and come clean, you're going to be wrecked shit tomorrow." "You're nuts, man. Fuck!" Henry finally snapped and began fumbling with his backpack, but froze after slipping only one strap off his shoulder. Both men felt the ground begin to tremble, and there, ahead of them, stood both the buck and doe Rexes, side by side in their full monstrous glory. They were slowly advancing down the game trail, directly toward the men, only one of whom was currently visible. "God damn it, kid, you're gonna tell me who you really are after this. Here!" Edwin swore. Prism reached over and popped the dead power cell from Henry's belt, the planted one with just enough charge to keep things interesting. Edwin had made sure Henry got that specific cell. He had always planned to force the man to come clean. Originally, he intended for them to merely appear to be in danger when Henry became visible. He was going to take him near the nest and then lie, claim they were no longer downwind, and that Henry had better fess up before the Rexes caught their scent. But the newly hatched baby tyrannosaurs had derailed that plan entirely by triggering their father's hunt response, the doe Rex metaphorically sending daddy out to get milk. Edwin's people had alerted him the day before that Henry Wilkins was a fake identity, complete with a fabricated background that wouldn't hold up under even moderate scrutiny. That had infuriated Edwin. Fake name, and a backstory faker than a $3 bill. He had a major showcase coming up, a private gallery to debut his legendary killer collection. This trip to the Cretaceous was supposed to be a routine expedition, a quick $400 million for research funding. Instead, it had turned into a game of corporate espionage. Government, foreign agency, or rival firm, someone was trying to infiltrate his company. It wasn't the first time such attempts had been made, but it was the first time one had made it this far. Edwin had decided to play along and see where it led. The night before they traveled, he planted the weak power cell and returned. The next day, he brought the would-be spy to his bird's nest, showed off his time travel tech, and when the young man asked to use the restroom, Edwin knew that was the moment he'd make his move. Edwin had casually walked upstairs, but then darted to the control panel to lower the bird's nest to ground level. He raced back up to the stairwell landing, just in time to peek around the corner and nearly get caught. Henry was already at the shelf, checking to make sure the coast was clear. Edwin ducked back, waited a moment, then peeked again, this time catching Henry stuffing his backpack with the remaining tech. "How the hell does he think I won't notice this after we get back from the field trip?" Edwin had thought, but figured the youngster probably had some plan to initiate an early return to the present or something. It wouldn't matter, because Edwin's plan would work. He would have all the information he needed, and the asshole would be lucky that Edwin didn't get the information and then tase him with the small taser in his pants pocket, hog-tie him, and serve him up to the Deadeye King and his pack of merry raptors. But right now they were in real danger of becoming Dino Chow. There wasn't enough time to activate the return gate cube and make it through before the Rexes got too close, not to mention the possibility that the cube could malfunction or delay, which had happened before. He'd always been paranoid, which was why he never traveled with at least 2 cubes. But using one now would be a gamble, and there wasn't enough time to dig the backup from Dipshit's backpack. So Edwin threw the dead cell to the ground, retrieved the working power cell from his pocket, the one intended for the return cube, and jammed it into Henry's belt, activating the cloaking device. In an instant, Henry vanished from sight. The Tyrannosaurs paused, suddenly confused. Edwin grabbed Henry's arm and started pulling him towards the foliage, but stopped. The Rexes were moving again, their focus now locked on to the rustling grass being displaced by the 2 invisible men. God damn it, Edwin thought. Of course, I get 2 genius goddamn dinosaurs. What are you doing? Henry asked, his voice trembling. The fuckers can see the grass moving. They're too goddamn smart. They can track where we're going. They figured it out, Edwin said. Oh shit! What do we do, man? Henry asked. I ought to feed you to the damn things and save my own ass is what I should do, Edwin snapped. Shit, fine. My name is Joshua Marcel and I work for Nexus Technologies. Now get us out of this, man, Joshua said, finally coming clean. All right, Joshua, Edwin replied sardonically. Cover your ears. The Rexes were far too close for comfort, just a few yards away. Their guttural bellows were terrifying, eerily reminiscent, Edwin thought. He reached down and activated the high-pitched frequency emitter. The sound was shrill and intense, painful to human ears, but it was specifically tuned to affect animals with highly sensitive hearing. The Rexes froze mid-stride, lowering their massive heads. Their tiny forearms reached up toward the sides of their skulls as they grimaced in distress. Slowly they began to turn and walk away. Oh, thank Christ! Joshua yelled through the noise. Ha! Christ had nothing to do with it. Thank me! Edwin shouted back with a chuckle. All right. Hold on to my arm. Let's get back to the Jeep. I'll park it back at the bird's nest before we return home. We'll deal with everything else when we're safe. Henry reached for Edwin's arm, but with both of them invisible, he had to feel around blindly. His hand accidentally latched onto Edwin's chest. "That's my tit, son. Try again," Edwin said loudly. Henry slid his hand up and firmly gripped Edwin's bicep. It was surprisingly firm and muscular for a man in his mid-50s. He held on tightly as they began to back away, keeping their eyes locked on the slowly retreating Rexes. "Man, I can't believe that Henry began, but his sentence was cut off by a roar unlike anything either man had ever heard. It felt like the air itself had detonated. The ground trembled violently, far more than it had from the Rexes. It was something enormous. It was something enormous running. It was something enormous running toward them. They stood frozen as the Rexes reacted in sheer panic. The predators turned sharply to the right, away from their nest, then back to the left, considering defending their nest. But the roar echoed again and the Rexes fled into the foliage, abandoning the side of the trail where their nest lay. They were running from something so terrifying that they were leaving their freshly hatched offspring behind. Edwin had just enough time to think about activating the return gateway cube, but it was already too late. Another roar split the air, deafening and soul-shaking. Then the foliage near the nest erupted, and out stepped a true monster. It resembled a T-Rex in some ways, the feet, the legs, the long tail, the squarish head, but its body was grotesquely massive. Its arms weren't stubby two-clawed limbs, no. These were long, powerful arms, ending in massive hands with 4 blade-like claws. The skin was white with red, tiger-like stripes running down its back. Above its eyes were 2 small horn-like appendages, and from the back of its head down to just above its tail, thick black spikes jutted out menacingly. The tail itself ended in 3 spike-like projections, almost like a stegosaurus. But the size, that was the most staggering part. Edwin guessed it stood between 40 and 45 feet tall, and spanned close to at least 60 to 70 feet long from snout to tail, twice the size of the tyrannosaurs that had just fled. It stood now in the game trail, staring after the retreating Rexes, and its massive yellowed teeth were shreds of flesh, and dangling from one side of its mouth was the limp body of a Rex infant. Slowly the behemoth turned its head toward the trail where Edwin and Joshua stood, still invisible. Edwin had forgotten in the chaos that the high-pitched frequency was still blaring. The terror and adrenaline had drowned it out. Worse yet, the frequency wasn't bothering this monster, but it sure seemed to be aggravating it. The beast stared down the trail and roared. And even from 100 yards away, they could feel the hot gust of its breath blast past them. The sound was deafening. Edwin quickly reached down and turned off the emitter. Joshua's grip on his arm tightened. "Oh, Jesus, man! He ate the babies! That's... Joshua stammered. "That's one big fucking Rex," Edwin whispered. "Ha! A BF Rex," he thought. Even in this moment of horror, Edwin's mind remained sharp. Out of all the possible dinosaurs with no fossil record, I never dreamed I'd see a predator this perfect, he thought to himself. He made a decision right then. When he returned to his own time, he would prepare an expedition to come back and capture this magnificent beast. He had discovered a species no paleontologist had ever unearthed. It would be his prize, his discovery, another part of his impressive legacy. But first, he had to survive. "I need to have this thing," Edwin said under his breath. What? No, we need to go," Joshua whispered urgently. "We can't risk the gateway failing or taking too long. Once I activate it, it won't be tethered to me, so it won't be invisible. We wait it out. It can't see us," Edwin replied in a hushed voice. Joshua had to strain to hear him. The BF Rex had stopped scanning when the noise ended, but it still peered in their direction. Not directly, yet. "What's it doing?" Joshua whispered. "I don't know," Edwin began, but then he stopped. The creature's eyes blinked rapidly. Then a thin, translucent secondary eyelid slid across both eyes from the far side inward. And then it looked straight at them. "Interesting," Edwin murmured, mesmerized. "Does it have infrared?" he wondered. Before he could think further, the BF Rex let out a horrific guttural roar, a soul-shaking sound, and began to charge. "He sees us!" Edwin yelled. Joshua's body betrayed him. His bladder and bowels let go as the creature thundered toward them, its footsteps shaking the ground. He gripped Edwin's arm with white-knuckled panic, nails digging into his skin. Edwin thought fast. He followed Joshua's arm down to his belt, yanked out the power cell from his invisibility system, and gripped it tightly. Joshua immediately became visible. Didn't matter. The beast had already seen them. It had some sort of natural way of seeing through their light-bending invisibility. Edwin assumed, perhaps, it was indeed their heat it was seeing somehow. Edwin switched off his own cloaking system. No point now. He appeared beside Joshua in the trail. The monster roared again. "What did you do?" Joshua screamed, letting go. "Sorry, not sorry, kid. Also, you shat yourself," Edwin said, reaching to his hip and pulling out a small high-voltage taser. In one fluid motion, he jabbed it into Joshua's side and hit the button. Joshua crumpled to his knees. Edwin didn't need to outrun the BF Rex. He just needed to outrun Joshua. He turned to sprint as the shadow of the beast fell over them. "You killed me, you motherfucker!" Joshua said, his voice trembling, shaken, broken. On his knees, he reached back with a sudden burst of desperation and clamped onto Edwin's ankle, just as Edwin was beginning to sprint away. Edwin was yanked off balance and slammed flat onto the ground, face first. A second later, a massive clawed shadow engulfed them both, as the BF Rex's colossal hand descended and wrapped its gnarled fingers around Joshua Marcel's small, writhing body. Joshua screamed, raw, panicked, primal. Edwin felt himself being dragged backward, boots digging helplessly into the soil as Joshua refused to release him. Then lifted. The earth dropped away. His stomach lurched as he rose through the air. He saw his safari hat fall to the ground. It seemed to take forever to land. Above him, the stench hit like a gut punch. Hot, steaming gust of vile, stinking breath, thick with rot, blood, bile mixed with Joshua's piss and shit. The air was humid with death. Edwin's stomach churned violently. He gagged. Joshua had lost control of his bowels again. It added even more to the heavy stench of the monster looming just above. He spotted Joshua's backpack, a red leather thing once tough and sleek, slipped from the man's shoulder. It tumbled through the air and smacked the ground, bouncing to the side of the dinosaur's thunderous, cratered foot. Well, that's one delivery Nexus Technologies isn't going to receive, Edwin thought grimly. But he, Edwin Prism, Edwin Percy Pringle III, he would make it back. This was not where his story ended, goddammit. Survival ignited in him like a fuse. He wasn't dying here, not like this. He twisted and kicked back with brutal precision. His boot slammed into Joshua's face with a satisfying crunch of cartilage. Another quick snap of the leg, and this time Joshua's grunt was wet with blood. The grip loosened. Edwin dropped. He fell far and hit hard, rolled and ran like hell for the nearest patch of foliage, unclipping the return gate cube from his belt loop. Even in all this chaos, the power cell never left his hand. He crashed into the underbrush, found a small clearing, dropped the cube onto the dirt, and rammed the power cell into the top slot. The cube hissed, clicked, and began to unfold, mechanical arms spinning as energy built up in a glowing pulse. Behind him, in the game trail, Joshua was still screaming. Blood gushed from Joshua's nose. He watched Edwin fall, roll on the ground, and run for the trees. His broken nose throbbed. That bastard Prism had kicked him twice in the face. The motherfucker was going to get away, and Joshua was not. Was it karma? Fate? Shit luck? Joshua's thoughts were stopped as he heard loud growling and felt hot, damp wind. He looked up. His body clenched tight in the BF Rex's crushing grip. He had thought the Buck and Doe Rexes were the peak of terror, apex predators, unstoppable. But this beast made them look like museum puppets. It wasn't a dinosaur. It was a thing. It was a monster dragged out of nightmares and painted in flesh and bone. Its face loomed in front of Joshua now. Massive jaws half open, rows of teeth, yellowed and cracked, framed its enormous mouth. Its breath roared past Joshua in waves so strong they flapped his torn clothes. He sobbed, pissed again, legs trembling uncontrollably. The creature turned him side to side, studying him, curious about this new small squirming thing he had caught. It moved slowly, methodically. Joshua beat his fist against the fingers the size of tree trunks, useless. He looked like a rag doll in its grasp. And then it turned him upside down. He screamed louder, flailing, trying to twist back and see what was happening, but he couldn't. He shrieked Edwin's name, then screamed for his mother. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he sounded like a child, but there was no pride left, just terror. Then he felt it, hot, rough, wet. A tongue, massive, barbed, the texture like sandpaper made of knives, dragged itself across the skin of his bare calf. It was licking him. "Let me go, you son of a bitch! Put me down! God, help me, Mom! Help me, Mom!" His voice cracked, his mind shattered. There was no bravery left, no resistance. Every time his thoughts crept toward death, he screamed nonsense to push them away. He was 25. 20-fucking-5. He had plans, a future, a whole life ahead of him, things he wanted to do. Crunch! The sound was wet, ragged, wrong. Joshua howled in animal agony as the jaws clamped down into the backs of his knees, driving a galaxy of white-hot pain straight into his skull. Nerves erupted, blood sprayed from the wounds like fountains. And then a savage jerk, a rip. He shrieked as his legs were torn away, bone shattered, sinew snapped, flesh flayed. His body convulsed violently, and the world began to blur. He felt nothing below the knees, nothing at all, only raw, howling agony. Then blackness creeping in, thick and welcoming. But the monster wasn't done. The hand hoisted him again. The world tilted. His blood left hot trails down his back as the dinosaur opened its mouth wider, wider than seemed possible, and released him. Now he lay limp, weak, nearly unconscious, on something warm and sticky. It pulsed. He realized it was the creature's tongue. A gentle, sick breeze blew across his face. Everything felt heavy, soft. Sleep beckoned. He laid his neck down. It landed perfectly between two jagged yellow teeth. Above him, more teeth. He barely registered the shadows closing in. And then crunch. A stabbing pain in his throat. A spray of red. And then nothing. Edwin had watched the whole thing unfold, his face lit by a sick, fascinated grin. He'd heard Joshua's screams, heard him cry out Edwin's name and his mother's. "Sorry, kid, your mom and me are a little busy at the moment," Edwin muttered, glancing at the gateway cube. It was nearly ready. The air shimmered as the portal began to solidify inside the doorway. He looked back. He heard Joshua scream again, this time for God to help him as well as his mother. "Yeah, Joshy boy, you didn't specify which God, so I think you're out of luck there, too." This time he yelled arrogant taunts towards the soon-to-be very dead Joshua. The BF Rex had turned Joshua upside down, was now licking his legs like an appetizer. Edwin chuckled. "Does he taste good? Why don't you take a bite? You know you want to," he said with anticipation. The BF Rex licked Joshua again and seemingly decided he did in fact taste good. It bit down with brutal power, shearing Joshua's legs away with a jerk and shake that sent a spray of gore across the jungle. Edwin raised his eyebrows. He was hoping for more screaming, but at least he got to see it happen up close. And then the creature tossed the ruined, twitching husk into its mouth. Crunch! The sound was so deep, so final, it echoed inside Edwin's chest. Beep! The cube behind him emitted a rising tone. The portal was active. He stood, eyes still on the beast. "So long, my dear BF Rex," he said, voice low and cool. "We shall meet again, and when we do, you're coming home with Daddy." Though he would have to get his team working on a much bigger gateway. Hell, maybe he should just start working on getting blood samples from as many dinosaur species as possible, and be the first person to crack the code on cloning dinosaurs. Scientists had been trying for decades, but even in 2045 they just didn't have enough DNA. Well, Edwin could get all the fresh DNA he could ever need for cloning. Sure, he could just bring the actual dinosaurs themselves over and open up his own version of a dino zoo, but he didn't want to mess with history too much. Hell, he was afraid what was happening now might bring about a Sound of Thunder type situation, but it was too late to do anything about that now. Bringing over a raptor hadn't affected the timeline at all, it seemed, but he didn't want to roll the dice by bringing over a bunch of dinosaurs. But man, this BF Rex was a beautiful creature to behold. Ferocious, terrifying, monstrous. He would find a way to bring it over at the very least. If it affected the timeline, he would settle for cloning it. But to have the real thing would be amazing. It was his discovery, and it was the ultimate predator. He was determined to have it. He spoke out loud again. "That's right, you big fucking beast. I will have you whether you like it or not." He didn't expect it to hear him, but the BF Rex did. It snapped its head toward the foliage, locking eyes with Edwin, eyes that held primal rage in its rawest form. It roared, the sound splitting the sky, and began moving toward the trees with thunderous, shaking steps. Edwin did not stick around. He dove through the glowing portal. A second later, he stumbled onto the clean metal floor of his lab at Crystal Lake, back in the year 2045. The portal shimmered behind him, still open, casting pale blue light across the walls. He exhaled, chest heaving. "There's no place like home," he said, watching the Prism Time Gateway begin its shutdown sequence with a final hiss. But it didn't shut down completely. Not yet. The return gateway took around 15 seconds to self-destruct back in the Cretaceous. The room filled with a sudden blast of heat and a sound like tearing metal. Edwin's eyes widened. The air behind him warped violently and something enormous surged through. A bone-white reptilian arm exploded out of the portal with terrifying speed, its 4 claws snapping closed inches from his back. Edwin dove forward, rolling down the ramp, instinct screaming, just as the claws clamped down with enough force to dent the titanium floor. They slammed shut where his spine had been a heartbeat earlier. He hit hard and rolled, landing in a heap behind a lab bench. Sparks rained down, equipment tumbled, monitors burst. The arm thrashed, long as a truck, pale scales stretched tight over bulging muscle, slick with gore. The claws carved deep gouges in the steel as they scraped and searched, trying to get a grip. The BF Rex had followed him. It couldn't fit through the gateway, not all of it, but it didn't need to. It just needed to grab him. A guttural roar thundered through the portal, shaking the entire lab. The lights flickered, ceiling panels rattled. Edwin pressed a hand to his ear as the sound crashed through him like a living wave. The sound from millions of years ago almost bursting his eardrums in the present. He turned just in time to see the monstrous face beyond the gateway, large, yellowed, bloody teeth gnashing, teeth that still held torn flesh from infant tyrannosaurs and one felled would-be corporate pirate. He saw one large dark eye of the BF Rex looking through the portal. It stared at him in something that wasn't quite rage, wasn't quite hunger. It was personal. He had evaded the ultimate apex predator. The claws flexed again, but it was too late. The light from the portal flickered, pulsed, then began to fade. The arm, still grasping desperately, started to dematerialize. First the hand, then the wrist, vanishing in strips of static and light like burning film. The roar echoed one final time, rattling the tools on the shelves before dying out into silence. The gateway collapsed with a snap. Gone. Only claw marks and scorched metal remained. Edwin stayed on the floor, gasping, every nerve still buzzing. And then he started to laugh, low and broken, unhinged, triumphant, kind of excited, yet shaken, but alive. There's no place like fucking home. A little later that night, Edwin had calmed. He ate dinner and spent a couple hours daydreaming of the BF Rex devouring Joshua. It was beautiful. He so wished he could travel to the same day twice, so he could go back and watch it over and over. He decided he would start wearing a camera on him on every trip to the past, just in case there was ever something he would want to re-experience. Tomorrow night would be his big showcase, and regardless of the day's excitement, he had to complete his collection. Sure, he could just send someone else to fetch it for him, but that was no fun. Edwin was back at the controls of his gateway. This time, though, he was punching in a time in the past not so distant, and after a few moments the gateway buzzed to life again, and he was looking through it at Camp Crystal Lake, 1980. He was dressed in all black, and wore a black ski mask as well. He needed to blend in with the dark, let things play out, and then collect his prize. Edwin stepped through the portal and into the past once more. Chapter 2. The Unveiling. Edwin had transformed the grand showroom of his Crystal Lake headquarters into a stunning exhibition hall, meticulously decorated for the unveiling of his prized collection. At the center of the basketball court-sized room, the glossy black floor rose into a circular platform, cordoned off by rich velvet red ropes. Atop this elevated section stood 7 large, shrouded objects, each concealed beneath a pristine, bright white silk sheet. They varied in size, ranging from modest to immense. 3 were slightly larger than a standard refrigerator. 1 was nearly double that size. Another stood no more than 4 feet tall and 2 feet wide. Beside it sat a smaller object, roughly the size of a toaster oven. The final piece, a compact square-shaped item, was positioned next to one of the refrigerator-sized displays. Delicate wires affixed to the top of each covering extended upward, disappearing into the ceiling above. In front of each object stood a sleek black metal pedestal, each with an engraved plaque. The largest bore the inscription, Deinonychus Raptor. Next to it, one of the refrigerator-sized exhibits was labeled, Michael Myers, the Haddonfield Boogeyman. And above this plaque rested a beautifully crafted wooden display case housing a large household butcher knife. Another fridge-sized display read Freddy Krueger, the Springwood Slasher. Its case contained a sinister leather glove framed in metal with 4 gleaming razor-sharp blades attached to the fingers. Adjacent to that stood the smaller 4-by-2-foot object with the plaque Charles Chucky Lee Ray, the Lakeshore Strangler. Above it sat a large knife that, despite its toy-like appearance, was unmistakably and lethally sharp. The smallest item of all displayed, the inscription, the Lament Configuration. Next came the final refrigerator-sized object, its plaque labeled Jason Voorhees, the Crystal Lake Killer. Mounted above it in a display case was a large, grimy machete. Beside it, the last object, a small square box about the size of a microwave, bore a plaque of its own, though both the item and the plaque remained hidden beneath a smaller white satin cloth. Surrounding the central platform was a tight and formidable security detail, 6 soldiers, 4 men and 2 women, dressed in sleek white, gray, and black camouflage. Each was armed with a sidearm and what appeared to be AK-47s, standing at attention with eyes forward, ready to act at a moment's notice. The room itself was buzzed with anticipation. It was standing room only, filled with young couples, older pairs, families, and lone individuals murmuring amongst themselves, their curiosity growing with every passing moment. All eyes waited on the arrival of the night's enigmatic host, the so-called hero of humanity, Edwin Prism, now a full 30 minutes late. The entire showroom glowed in a shifting prism of colors cast by a massive glass triangle suspended from the ceiling, lit by a strategically placed spotlight. The only entrance or exit was through an electronic automatic door, the kind Prism Tech had been using in all of its modern spacecrafts. Edwin loved hearing the whoosh every time he would approach it. He had them installed in all Prism Tech buildings. The walls and ceilings were jet black, creating a void-like backdrop for the event. There were no windows anywhere to be seen. A fully stocked bar stretched along both walls, offering free drinks to guests. At the far end of the room, a stage had been constructed to showcase the immense prison-time gateway ring. The entry ramp had recently been repaired, still bearing faint signs of damage left behind by the BF Rex's enormous claws. Centered a few feet before the gateway was a solitary podium. Suddenly, the room fell into a hushed silence. The prismatic lights vanished, plunging the space into darkness. Then, brilliant and sharp, a single spotlight flared to life, illuminating the podium. Standing there was a small, rail-thin Caucasian man no taller than 5'7", in his 40s. He wore glasses, had brown hair encircling a horseshoe bald crown, and was dressed in a sleek, expensive black suit. The last murmurs of conversation evaporated into silence. The man adjusted the small headset and mic he wore, cleared his throat, and prepared to speak. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, began Francis McCoy, stepping confidently forward. My name is Francis McCoy, and I have the distinct honor of being not only tonight's host's assistant, but also his closest friend. On behalf of Mr. Edwin Prism, I welcome you all to Prism Tech's showroom. The crowd responded with warm applause and cheers. As the noise subsided, Francis continued. You are the fortunate few, the wealthiest and most powerful, gathered here tonight. You are the elite, and Edwin has been eagerly anticipating this moment, eager to reveal to you the fruits of his labor. I'm sure some of you know exactly what he has been up to, while some of you've just heard whispers, rumors, perhaps even speculation, that he has harnessed a technology once relegated solely to the realm of science fiction. The stuff of DeLoreans, phone booths, police boxes, and countless fantastical stories. But I am here to tell you this evening that Edwin Prism has turned those dreams into reality. He paused briefly, allowing another swell of applause to rise. You have been told that tonight's gallery will feature artifacts connected to some of the most notorious serial killers of the past century. Not merely men, but something far more sinister. Monsters, once believed to be nothing more than urban legends and myths. The boogeyman lurking just beyond the light. But Edwin knows what you will soon learn for yourselves. These boogeymen, these monsters, these supernatural beings, they do exist. A knowing smile crossed Francis's face. Another pause as the crowd gave a mixture of oohs and ahs, in excitement and curiosity. You will experience these exhibits tonight firsthand, alongside a couple of mystery pieces. If you've taken a glance at the plaques before the veiled displays, you might have guessed at the identities of the killers and even a surprise or two in question. That is, of course, if our vigilant, ever-smiling bundles of joy and excitement security team has permitted you a peek. He gave a playful wink and gestured toward the imposing soldiers standing guard around the platform in the center of the room. The audience laughed and applauded, encouraged by the moment. Francis pressed onward. The audience did not seem the least bit concerned by the weaponry the soldiers held. This was the elite, the people who saw themselves as untouchable, their arrogance outweighing their wits. Some of the help, bartenders and waitstaff, however, had earlier voiced their concerns, but were assured it was all part of the show, just a teasing touch of danger to add to the excitement and entertainment. They, for the most part, accepted this explanation and, of course, were being paid handsomely and had since let their concerns go. That's right, esteemed guest. Edwin Prism has done so much for this world. He has devoted himself selflessly to advancing the future of humanity. Under his leadership, we colonized the moon. He took the United States to Mars before any other nation. And today, we proudly maintain our first colony there. The crowd erupted in cheers, whistles, and applause. After a few moments, the excitement died down. Edwin had only given Francis a rough estimate of his time of arrival, so Francis was trying to keep the crowd excited and hoped the signal would happen soon. But his achievements don't end there. He truly is the hero of humanity, and his latest venture promises not only to teach us from our past, but to prepare us for a brighter future. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Prism Time Gateway. Francis's voice swelled with excitement as he stepped back from the podium, clapping his hands and directing the audience's attention to the large circular structure dominating the stage. Just in time, Francis thought, as he and the audience saw the ring begin to hum, blue energy swirling and crackling with electricity, the open circle glowing brighter with an intense blue hue. If everything had gone to plan, then Edwin was about to make an unforgettable entrance. And now, the man of the hour, your host, the hero of humanity, straight from Crystal Lake, 1957, Edwin Prism! Francis's voice rang out across the showroom as he gestured enthusiastically toward the gateway from the left side of the stage. The crowd erupted into applause, but all eyes quickly turned back to the glowing ring of the Prism Time Gateway at center stage. The air thickened with static electricity as the portal pulsed harder, more rapidly, and then stabilized into a vivid window. Gasps filled the room as the audience peered through the shimmering gateway. Beyond it stretched a sunlit late afternoon scene, the tranquil pine-fringed waters of Camp Crystal Lake in 1957. A faded wooden sign creaked gently in the breeze, welcoming visitors to the summer camp. But on the dock just beyond the water's edge, two counselors were oblivious to everything around them, locked in a passionate embrace, tangled limbs pressed against weathered wood. Their kissing grew heated, their hands roaming freely, the sounds of their careless pleasure echoing faintly. And in the water nearby, a small boy thrashed, his frantic splashes desperate. The waves rippled around him as he struggled silently, eyes wild with panic. But no one on the dock looked his way. His cries were drowned out by the rustling trees and the distant laughter of other campers. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. Then through the portal stepped Edwin Prism, dressed as a 1957 camp counselor. His crisp white t-shirt bore the camp's faded logo. His shorts rolled high, and a visor hat shielded his eyes. He wore vintage sunglasses that caught the light as he walked forward with practiced ease. In one hand he held his backup return cube. He then passed it off to Francis, who then shook his hand and made his way to the platform in the center of the room and placed the cube amongst the other exhibits. In Edwin's other hand, he held a worn photograph held up for all to see. The picture showed a young Pamela Voorhees and Jason standing in the camp cafeteria the day before in 1957. Pamela with a warm smile, Jason clutching her skirts. Edwin stood behind them, casually grinning, blending effortlessly into the background. The arrogance of the man was plain, inserting himself into the legend, becoming part of Jason's story. The portal snapped shut behind him, plunging the showroom back into darkness. A single spotlight illuminated Edwin as he raised the photo high. He stepped up to the podium and stood before his audience. He spoke into a mounted microphone, laying the photo down on the podium. His voice was calm, chillingly deliberate. "I apologize for keeping you waiting. There was no way to know exactly what time the event you just witnessed happened that day in 1957. I had but an estimation of the time of day it occurred. You see, time passes concurrently in the past as in the present when you use the Prism Time Gateway. Thank you, Francis, for keeping our guests entertained while they waited. I am sure you gave a lovely speech. But now, on to what you all came here for. As you witnessed moments ago, some monsters are made, not born. I simply went back to watch. I witnessed it." He paused for dramatic effect, and then his solemn, serious face brightened into a huge smile, and he clasped his hands together. "Ladies and gentlemen, the invention of time travel has been achieved," he called out. In a perfect world, silence would have followed. An awed, haunted stillness waited with the image of a drowning boy, forgotten and alone. A silence that should have spoken louder than words. The silence of conscience. But this world was far from perfect, and the audience may have been the wealthiest and most powerful, but they did not reflect the best humanity the world had to offer. Instead, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause and gasps of wonder, their eyes wide, not with horror, but amazement. They had witnessed something unbelievable, a portal in time, a doorway to the past made real before their very eyes. 90 years traversed in mere seconds. A man walking through time. A miracle. To most, the thrashing child in the lake barely registered. They were too enraptured by the display of impossible science. But not everyone shared in the wonder. Among the waitstaff, the bartenders, a few of the soldiers, and even several children, confusion and discomfort lingered. Why had no one helped the boy? Why had this man, this hero, done nothing? Branson McAllister, the CEO of Nexus Tech, was amongst the few that were disgusted by this sickening and evil display. He had received his invitation to the gallery early that very morning, along with a second invitation for one Joshua Marcel. Branson was a distinguished-looking black man, 6 foot tall, 215 pounds, dark hair, with a professional short haircut. Branson was 51 years old, and despised Edwin Prism. When he heard Edwin had broke the science of time travel, it made him physically sick. That kind of power in the hands of a psychopath could be disastrous. He had tried to infiltrate Prism Tech, to learn their secrets, to master the science for Nexus Tech themselves, and use it for good. But obviously, his man, Joshua Marcel, had been found out. He didn't know Joshua super well, and now feared Edwin had paid him off, and the invitations he received for himself and Joshua for this gallery was Edwin's sick way of declaring victory. Edwin probably didn't expect Branson to show, but Branson had had enough. He decided he would indeed attend the gallery and confront Prism. Now he stood in the audience, disgusted once again at what he was seeing. He knew Edwin was a ruthless businessman and at times seemed completely cut off from human emotion, but this was truly evil, and the audience for the most part were eating it up. If this was the richest and most powerful people in the world, then the world was screwed. Branson watched on in dismay. Edwin Prism addressed them before the question could fester. "I know some of you are wondering, why didn't I save the boy?" he said, his voice calm, deliberate. And the answer is simple. Certain events in history set monumental things into motion. I can't predict the consequences if those moments are disturbed. I didn't create my gateway to rewrite the past, but to observe it, learn from it, and ensure the same mistakes are never repeated. Tension crackled softly across the crowd. What you witnessed, he continued, was the origin of one of history's most legendary killers, Jason Voorhees. Gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire. I know many of you believe the tales of Jason Voorhees are just that, tales, campfire stories, urban legends, and some of you may not know him at all. After all, he disappeared in 2003. He paused, letting the weight of that sink in. But what if I told you he didn't disappear? What if I told you I know exactly where he is? The murmurs deepened, attention sharpened. In fact, what if I told you I know where several of the most infamous killers who simply vanished long ago actually are right now? The room went still. Branson's stomach sank. No, he can't be that arrogant, can he? Branson thought to himself. As I said, I feared the consequences of altering history. My technology does not permit me to return to the same day twice. Once I have acted, it is locked in place. But then I asked myself, what if I merely borrowed something from the past? If things went awry, I could always travel to the day after I borrowed it and just return it. I wanted to borrow the fiercest predators from history and show them to the world. And so I formed a team, and we set out to find out if we could do it without any negative effects on our timeline. Edwin turned toward the center of the room, his voice growing more theatrical, more electric. And now, my dear guest, I give you the answer. The first piece in tonight's showcase. Not from a decade ago, not even a century. No, this is from 100 million years in the past. A hush fell like a wave. You may know them from films, referred to as velociraptors, but the creature you're about to meet, its true name is Deinonychus, and it is very much alive. A spotlight cut through the dark, illuminating the largest object on display. The white satin sheet rose skyward, drawn by the wire attached overhead, revealing a thick glass enclosure wrapped in a cage of blue pulsing energy. One of the soldiers stationed nearby stepped to the side, making room for the crowd to see. Gasps filled the air. Inside the cell stood a raptor from the Cretaceous period. Its scales were a mottled yellow with streaks of green along its flanks, like camouflage caught in motion. 3-fingered claws glinted at the ends of its powerful arms. Each foot bore a sickle-shaped talon poised for slashing. But this creature bore other features as well. Quills, 4 of them dark and rigid, protruded from the crown of its head like a primitive crest. Patches of dark feathering covered the forearms and the tip of its long tail, an echo of its avian ancestry, now undeniable in the flesh. A thin IV line extended from a panel in the floor and into the raptor's ankle. It had been sedated earlier, just enough to keep it down during setup. As the sheet was lifted, a stimulant had been released into its bloodstream to rouse it in time for the reveal. Edwin didn't want his collection to make noises or give away the surprise before the big reveal. The raptor stirred. It blinked once, nostrils flaring, its yellow eyes sharpened, and then it lunged, ripping the IV from its foot. The crowd gasped, a few children screamed, adults stumbled back, anticipating catastrophe. But the instant the creature touched the glass, a massive electrical pulse exploded outward, throwing it back into the far wall of its cell. It collapsed with a guttural cry. Gasps turned into shocked silence, then erupted into awe and excitement. The monster had tried to attack, and failed. They were safe, for now. In his pride, Edwin had refused to chain any of his collection within their enclosures, with the exception of one yet to be revealed. His technicians had promised the blue pulse shielding could drop a rampaging elephant, and the trillionaire had trusted them. Every subject had been sedated in advance, their enclosures rigged with stimulants to awaken them on cue. Edwin had been skeptical that some of the doses would be strong enough, particularly for the smaller, more unusual specimens. But, surprisingly, even the doll had succumbed. The lament configuration had been the hardest to contain. They had been very careful in moving it within a container that housed the force field, keeping it from fully opening. A clanking noise could be heard by those near the platform from time to time, coming from its enclosure. Meanwhile, the raptor began to stir once more. Its movements were slower now, more cautious. Its intelligence gleamed to every calculated step. It refused to touch the walls again. Instead, it shifted its weight, crouched low, and glared at the gawking humans. Its snarls were sharp and bitter. There was fury in its growl, but also something mournful, trapped. A few onlookers couldn't help but pity the creature. The enclosure left barely enough space for it to turn. Still, they could not look away. A living, breathing dinosaur was in front of them, a piece of ancient terror made real. Excitement pulsed through the showroom once more. Branson McAllister grimaced. He knew Edwin wouldn't be able to resist tampering with history, but actually bringing animals or people from their time into the present was spitting in the eye of fate. Edwin's arrogance and delusional behavior could have devastating effects. Branson was feeling a gut instinct to leave, but his anger and pride wouldn't allow him to leave before he had a chance to confront Edwin Prism. Edwin smiled, proud. Noticing Branson in the crowd, Edwin's smile grew even wider. This is one of the most ferocious predators of its time. Cunning, fast, intelligent, and lethal. I've built a research structure in the Cretaceous, right here on these grounds. I've watched this creature's pack hunt together. Their savagery is matched only by their efficiency. Once they've marked prey, there's no stopping them. He let the words settle, and then added with a smirk, much like the next piece in my collection. The lights dimmed again. The spotlight that had lingered on the raptor now swung dramatically to one of the refrigerator-sized objects nearby. This next predator is neither animal nor man, not anymore. In the 1960s, he murdered 20 children in Springwood, Ohio. He became known as the Springwood Slasher. Edwin's voice grew dim and serious. When he was finally apprehended, a legal technicality forced his release. But before he could escape, the parents of his victims took justice into their own hands. They found him in the boiler room he used as his lair. They burned him alive. More gasps. The story was familiar to many. But in the 1980s, he returned. Inexplicably, he began haunting the dreams of the Elm Street children. And what happened in their nightmares happened in the waking world. Edwin looked out at the crowd. In life, he was a sadistic killer. In death, he became something far worse, a dream demon. His legacy grew. His kill count multiplied. Teens fought back. Some even managed to defeat him. But he always returned. Always. The pause was deliberate. Until 2003. That year, a group of teens managed to pull him into the waking world and pit him against the legendary Jason Voorhees. Jason won. This exhibit lost both arms and even his head that night. But my team found him, and we put him back together. The room was still. Parents, hold your children close. I now present to you exhibit number 2, Freddy Krueger, the Springwood Slasher. With a flourish, the spotlight brightened over the second cell. The satin cover lifted. The soldier guarding it stepped aside. Inside, Freddy stirred. The stimulant had worked. His ruined, burned flesh twisted and bubbled grotesquely under the sterile light. He rose slowly, his limbs twitching with returning awareness. The crowd gasped in disgust and awe. Then he grinned, also ripping away his IV line. "Well, well, well," Freddy rasped, his voice cutting through the quiet. "Look what we have here. A bunch of rich bitches. You enjoying the show?" He scanned the crowd, even locking eyes on the children. "I see you brought your kids. Good. When I get out of here, maybe I'll take them on a little play date." Parents clutched their children tighter. Cries of outrage echoed from the gallery. Freddy's gaze snapped to Edwin. He pointed at the trillionaire, cautious to not touch the sides of his enclosure. He knew what the blue pulse meant. "And you," he growled. "I'm gonna gut you, bitch. I ain't some fish for your little aquarium. I see my chains are gone. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Getting cocky, Ed, my boy? Just you what?" His voice cut out instantly. Edwin had given a subtle nod, and the soldier nearby had pressed a button on the plaque. Edwin had installed. Freddy's mouth kept moving, but not a sound escaped his lips. "Don't mind him, folks," Edwin said with a sly grin. "He's just a little hot under the collar." The crowd burst into laughter, momentarily easing the tension. Branson was not amused. He knew of the existence of the killers authorities wanted to keep under wraps. He knew there were real monsters. He now saw one in the burnt flesh, but even it seemed to pale in comparison to the monster he saw on stage. "This is beyond reproach. He's brought a child killer into a room full of people, some of which have their children with him. What if something goes wrong? He's so goddamn arrogant he only has 6 people for security," he thought to himself. He was very disappointed in how relaxed a lot of the audience was beginning to seem, and how they laughed and applauded as if they were at a stand-up comedy performance. Regardless, the show was far from over. Freddy still glared and mouthed silent words from inside his cell. The raptor still snarled and hissed from inside its enclosure as well. However, the crowd felt much safer now that Freddy was no longer able to taunt them, and now that they had seen not even a ferocious raptor could escape these enclosures. So their initial fear was fading. their excitement growing, but the few children in the crowd still held to their parents tightly as the crowd fell into a heavy silence and the spotlight shifted, cutting through the darkness until it illuminated the next enclosure, a stark glass case standing ominously at the center of the platform. Edwin's voice lowered slow and deliberate, drawing the audience into a grim tale. In 1963, on a quiet Halloween night in Haddonfield, Illinois, a 6-year-old boy committed an unthinkable act. He silently ascended the stairs of his family home and stabbed his sister to death as she sat brushing her hair in her bedroom. No motive, no words, just a cold, empty darkness behind his eyes. He paused, allowing the chilling weight of that moment to settle over the room. That boy was Michael Myers. Edwin's gaze darkened. Following that night, he was institutionalized at Smith's Grove Sanitarium. For years, Dr. Samuel Loomis tried to reach the boy trapped behind that vacant mask. He tried to awaken any spark of humanity, but found only a hollow void. The audience listened intently. Then came Halloween 1978. Edwin's voice grew colder, more urgent. Michael escaped Smith's Grove and returned to Haddonfield, a relentless, silent force of death. He stalked the streets, slaughtering neighbor after neighbor, leaving nothing but fear and broken lives behind. He was stalking Laurie Strode, a local teen who, unbeknownst to her, had ties to this dark killer. He came for her as she was babysitting 2 small kids. She fought for her life, sustaining many injuries in her attempt to escape Michael. He inhaled sharply. Dr. Loomis hunted him down to the home where Michael and Laurie were in a fight to the death, and, in a desperate confrontation, fired 6 shots into the shape of evil itself. Yet when the police arrived, Michael was gone, vanished into the night. A murmur rippled through the crowd. But the terror was far from over. Edwin's eyes locked with the audience. Laurie Strode was rushed to the hospital to recover from her injuries, but Michael came for her there. The halls of the hospital became his hunting ground. More lives were claimed that night. He lowered his voice to a whisper. Only then did Laurie learn the terrible truth from Loomis. She and Michael were siblings, bound by blood, and he was determined to extinguish his entire bloodline. The tension in the room grew unbearable. Loomis and Michael faced off once more, and a massive fire consumed the hospital, engulfing both men in flames. Edwin's voice softened, almost reverent. Both survived, but Michael was left comatose, trapped in darkness. He stepped forward, the spotlight gleaming off the glass enclosure. I traveled back and retrieved him before he could wake and go after his bloodline again. Once we had him here, we were able to bring him out of his coma very quickly. His original mask, melted beyond repair, was discarded. I replaced it with a perfect replica and clothed him in the same type of blue mechanic's jumpsuit he wore during his first killing spree. The satin sheet lifted, revealing the figure inside, motionless yet terrifying. It was impossible for the audience to tell if the stimulant had just awoken him, or if he had been awake the entire time, motionless and dead quiet in his glass prison cell. However, his IV line laid on the floor by his feet. It had been removed at some point. The pale, expressionless mask stared blankly from beneath the dim light. Edwin's voice dropped to a near whisper. Michael Myers is not a man. He is not a monster. He is silence. A shape lurking in the dark. An inevitability no one can escape. Well, before I got a hold of him anyways. A couple of soft chuckles could be heard from the crowd, but for the most part the audience was at unease with the newest unveiled exhibit. A few unlucky observers in the crowd met the hollow eyes of the shape and immediately recoiled, chilled by an unexplainable dread that clawed at their bones. Edwin straightened, voice steady and commanding. Tonight, You do not merely see the legend, you feel it. Do you feel it? He asked. The crowd came out of their stupor of unease and clapped. They were truly impressed with Edwin's collection thus far. It would be so easy to pick apart his reasoning for this collection and shine a light on the fact he only took these monsters for his own enjoyment, but this crowd didn't care. They, for the most part, would have done the exact same thing themselves. They were mesmerized and greatly impressed. Not to mention, every single one of them wanted to stay in Edwin Prism's good graces. Being friends with the richest man on earth had amazing benefits. Branson McAllister didn't care about such things. The reveal of Freddy Krueger and now Michael Myers? This had to stop. Branson began to slowly push his way through the packed room. He would confront Edwin here in front of everyone. The spotlight faded slowly, leaving the shape alone in shadow. Edwin glanced at the audience and smiled faintly. Brace yourselves. Our next exhibit may be small, but has quite a big mouth on him. As the spotlight faded from the towering figure of the shape, Edwin took a long pause, letting the chill of that moment settle before drawing breath again. Now then, he said with a touch of mischief in his tone, you've seen size, you've seen silence, you've seen scars, but evil doesn't always arrive cloaked in shadow or muscle. He slowly strolled across the stage, pointing, drawing the audience's eyes towards the smallest of the veiled displays, a compact, boxy glass case no taller than 4 feet. Sometimes evil wears a smile and comes in child-sized packaging. A few guests exchanged confused glances. Some chuckled. In 1988, a serial killer by the name of Charles Lee Ray, known to Chicago police and the media as the Lakeshore Strangler, met his violent end during a botched robbery, or so they thought. Cornered, wounded, and desperate, Charles used a forbidden voodoo ritual to transfer his soul into a toy. Voodoo isn't real, you might say, but I assure you it is, and tonight you will see the proof for yourself. He gestured dramatically toward the shrouded case. Yes, a toy, a good guy doll, marketed to children, gift-wrapped for birthdays, and infused with the soul of a murderer. With a subtle signal, the silk covering was lifted, revealing the familiar image of a good guy doll inside a clean glass cell. The stimulant injected into the small hand of the doll through an IV line. It sat motionless, bright blue eyes staring blankly ahead, red yarn-like hair, its mouth frozen in an innocent smile. Edwin and his team never even noticed that part of its plastic face was actually makeup and putty that covered up hideous scars and gashes. A small but sturdy-looking chain was wrapped around its left ankle. The chain ran through a small hole in the glass floor, through another hole in the floor of the platform below. A few members of the audience leaned in with curiosity. Some looked puzzled, some unimpressed. Edwin motioned to one of the soldiers, and the soldier tapped the outside of the glass. The energy pulse only radiated on the inside of the cell walls, and the doll spoke.
Hi, I'm Chucky, and I'm your friend to the end.
It said in a cartoony child's voice.
Heidi-ho, ha ha ha.
The built-in speaker of the doll continued. It was only the pre-recorded lines all good guy dolls would say. Only some had different names. The crowd began to laugh. Edwin's face turned red and anger shone in his expression for the briefest moment before he replaced it with a smile. I guess Chucky isn't feeling very social. That's okay, we were prepared for this, Edwin said. The crowd laughed. Now, when we get him going, don't you worry. He isn't going anywhere. Not only do we have the energy field to keep him in, we also have him chained. Chucky can be a bit of a pest, and the chain is just there to keep him from hitting the energy pulse too often. Because he can absorb more pain than a flesh and blood being, he likes to cause a scene sometimes. So I assure you, the chains are there not because the energy pulse won't hold, but just because it would be quite distracting for the rest of the show, if he decided to be a pain in the ass. Now let's get him on his feet. Edwin then motioned to the same soldier who had tapped the glass. Do it. The soldier pressed a small button next to the small enclosure. A small click echoed across the room. Inside the enclosure, a sudden jolt of very high voltage electricity surged through the floor. A crackle of blue energy lit up beneath the doll, and in an instant it flinched. The audience gasped. Branson had stopped and turned back to see as well. The doll's body spasmed as it let out a guttural, very human grunt of pain. Its limbs twitched. Its eyes blinked. It ripped the IV out of its hand. Gasps turned to shrieks as the doll suddenly writhed to life, contorting unnaturally before snapping upright. Now there was no mistaking it. This was no toy. This was rage, contained. Its expression changed. That wide plastic grin warped as if something far darker had awakened behind it. Edwin smirked, holding his hands above his head in success, confidently, as the crowd recoiled in horror and amazement. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, savoring every word, "meet the Lakeshore Strangler, Chucky." "God damn it, Prism, I'll make you pay. I'll make you all pay," Chucky bellowed out from inside his enclosure. Now, Charles, that kind of attitude is mighty small of you," Edwin chided. The crowd began laughing. Some believed what they were seeing. Some thought it was an animatronic. Others were beginning to think the entire show was a put-on. However, again, they did not want to offend the richest man in the world, so they all seemed to go along with it. "Oh, we're gonna do size jokes, are we? In that case, what kind of man needs to show off his collection of serial killers to his rich friends? Are you that hard up for attention? Perhaps you're overcompensating for something, eh, Ed?" Chucky asked, breaking out into a cackle of laughter. The crowd dared not laugh. They did not want to offend Edwin. "Very amusing. I think when the show is over, me and you need to have a little talk," Edwin said, breaking out into laughter himself. The crowd joined him in laughter. Chucky did not seem amused. "Laugh all you want, but you can't keep us in here forever, Ed. And when we get out, we're gonna kill you, Chucky was cut off, like Freddy before him, by a soldier pressing a small button activating a soundproofing of the small cell. "Forgive Charles, friends. He has a bit of a flair for the dramatic," Edwin said with a slight laugh. "Now, before I reveal to you the last living killer legend in my collection, tonight, along with my most recent acquisition, I first want to show you something extraordinary." As the murmurs from the Chucky reveal died down, some still unsettled by the sudden burst of life in such a small deceptive figure, the lights across the platform dimmed once more. A cold hush swept the crowd, a hush that felt heavier than the others, as if the very air grew still in anticipation. "He thinks this is all one big joke. This is insane. He can't really expect to be able to contain these powerful killers, can he?" Branson thought frantically, as he again turned and slowly attempted to push through the tight crowd of onlookers. Edwin remained quiet for a long moment before speaking, his voice softer now, almost reverent. "There are things not born of flesh or blood. Not man, not beast, not even ghost. Some horrors do not stalk us with knives or claws, but offer us a choice, a puzzle, a promise." The crowd leaned in. "This next artifact is not bound by our world's natural laws. It is not a killer in the traditional sense, though those who have touched it rarely live long enough to regret it." A single spotlight illuminated the smallest enclosure on the platform. It was cube-shaped, about the size of a microwave, and covered in a smooth, white satin sheet. A faint humming could be heard, barely audible, but undeniably present, like the vibration of distant thunder. Edwin pointed to it from the stage. "The Lament configuration. Some of you may know it by legend. A puzzle box said to summon beings from a realm beyond comprehension. The Order of the Gash, the Cenobites, agony in flesh, pain, as transcendence. A few in the audience looked visibly uneasy. Branson, halfway to the stage, was stopped in his tracks. He had heard of the lament configuration. He even knew of powerful people who had obtained it, and soon after disappeared seemingly from the face of the earth. He turned to see if Edwin had truly brought such a demonic force amongst all these men, women, and children. Once I obtained the artifact, I did not dare touch it. I left that to something less easily damned, Edwin continued. He smiled faintly. My AI-assisted robotics team solved the box within a force-field containment chamber. It took them 17 days. 17 days of noises we couldn't explain, static interference, and corrupted files we couldn't recover. A few people in the crowd let out audible gasps. But the box is incomplete, or rather in flux. It exists in a solved state now, caught between its dormant and awakened forms, contained, for the moment, within this energy field that prevents it from opening a true rift. He stepped to the side and gestured. The satin veil lifted. Beneath the glass sat the puzzle box, gold and black, intricate and ancient, its surface seemingly in constant, impossible motion. The box rotated sections of itself slowly, infinitely, as if it were alive, searching for the final gesture, the last click. A shimmering blue energy field surrounded it, humming faintly with static, and then clang, a sudden flash. From the heart of the box, a black chain shot outward with a barbed metal hook on the end. It slammed into the invisible force field, sending ripples of energy throughout the chamber. The box shuddered, but the chain bounced back. The rift held closed. The crowd jumped, some gasping aloud. The hook slowly retracted into the cube as if being swallowed back into a dimension not meant to be understood. Edwin watched it with a calm, chilling fascination. From time to time, it still tries, reaches out, feels for weakness. But as long as this field holds, no gate will open. As long as it holds indeed, you fucking moron, thought Branson as he turned his attention back to Edwin and began to forcefully push his way to the stage, no longer trying to be polite in doing so. Edwin turned back to the audience, his voice low and final. But make no mistake, this is not an object. It is a gateway, one we keep closed, for now. The light dimmed. The box remained softly rotating, softly waiting. Edwin Prism stood confidently behind the podium, his hands resting calmly on either side as if holding the room itself steady. The energy in the showroom had shifted. Something more predatory than the raptor, more terrifying than the Springwood slasher was about to be unveiled. He let murmuring and discussion amongst the crowd die down before speaking again. Earlier this evening, he began, his voice calm but rich with weight. As I emerged through that prism time gateway, you all witnessed a scene frozen in the stream of history. A stir of murmurs passed through the room. You saw a boy, drowning. His words landed like stones dropped into deep water. You saw the surface of Camp Crystal Lake, summer of 1957, a child flailing in panic, splashes growing more desperate, a voice muted by distance and fear. He was reaching for help, but no one came. Edwin slowly retrieved the black and white photograph from the podium side and held it up for all to see once more. This is that boy, Jason Voorhees, and beside him his mother, Pamela. This photo was taken just a day before his death. I'm the man in the background, counselor uniform, clipboard, sunglasses. He smirked faintly. Over the past few months, I have been watching Jason's history unfold. Yes, I was there, infiltrated the camp, observed the routines, ate meals in the mess hall. I watched Jason for weeks, and I watched him drown. From the tree line, while two counselors were too busy tangled together in the early throes of passion on the dock to notice. He paused. The audience was still. I didn't intervene, not because I couldn't, but because I wouldn't. Some moments in time must unfold exactly as they did, or we chance paradoxes we can't fix. Paradox my ass. Bringing these things here could be just as dangerous to the timeline as stopping them before they could ever kill anyone. But no, why would Edwin Prism care about saving lives? He needs the history behind these killers to exist, because otherwise he doesn't get to brag about a demented collection. Branson thought. He was within 20 feet of the stage, and walked with purpose. Edwin noticed him and grinned. Edwin lowered the photo gently back onto the podium. In 1958, 1 year after her son's death, Pamela Voorhees returned to Camp Crystal Lake. 2 counselors were found murdered, throats slashed. The camp closed, forgotten. His eyes sharpened. Then in 1980, the camp was set to reopen, and Pamela came back again. This time she killed nearly everyone involved in the attempt, until the last survivor turned the tide. There, on that cursed land, Pamela was decapitated. Her head hit the ground not far from the spot where her son vanished years before. He let that image sink in. He was speaking to the crowd, but looking right at Branson McAllister, who was now front and center before the stage and glaring at Edwin. I was there, too, in the shadows, watching, as the mother's story ended so the son's could start anew. Edwin turned slightly to face the final veiled enclosure at the center of the platform. And then the killings began again. The air thickened as Edwin continued. Jason Voorhees returned, grown, deformed, silent, wearing a sack over his head at first. I watched him put a machete into the head of a man in a wheelchair, and saw that wheelchair roll down steep stairs, coming to a stop on the lakeshore. I saw a whole group of counselors going to town that night, saved by fate, their lives spared as Jason's killing started soon after their departure. Oh, and then later, that mask, the mask from the legend of Jason Voorhees, the hockey mask. He hunted campers, teenagers, anyone who dared enter his woods. He tapped a control at the podium, silently beginning the IV stimulant infusion. I watched him through the years. In 1984, I saw him fall. I peeked through a broken window as a boy named Tommy Jarvis, driven to the brink by Jason's rampage, lured him in. He brought a machete down again and again. He killed Jason, yelling, "Die, die, die." Edwin raised a finger. But death never meant the same thing to Jason. He leaned in, almost reverent. I saw an ambulance driver dress as Jason Voorhees and go on a killing spree to avenge his dead son. I also saw this man fall from a barn loft and die on a bed of spikes, pushed by a teenage Tommy Jarvis. But Tommy's connection to Jason didn't end there. Edwin took a breath and raised his hands up and slammed them back down on the podium. I crouched in the back of a crypt a few years later, when an adult Tommy returned to dig up Jason's grave. He had to be sure Jason was dead and buried. It was raining, torrents of it. When Tommy saw Jason's corpse, he saw red and retrieved a metal pole from a nearby fence, and he drove it through Jason's rotting heart. Shortly thereafter, lightning struck. I remember the flash, the surge of light, the smell of ozone in the air. It struck the pole and surged life back into the long-dead killer. His voice darkened further. Jason rose from his grave, resurrected, and then he ripped the still-beating heart from a friend of Tommy's chest. A friend who had come with him for moral support. Tommy ran. Jason followed. Not long afterwards, I watched Tommy almost die, chaining Jason to the bottom of Crystal Lake. A long pause. Edwin let the weight settle. I watched Jason rise again and again. I saw a girl with telekinetic powers inadvertently release Jason from the bottom of this lake. I saw her rip her house apart, fighting him. I saw her summon the drowned body of her own father from the lake to drag Jason back beneath the surface, and still he came back. He turned his gaze fully to the enclosure. Then, after the battle you've already heard about tonight, The night Freddy and Jason had their battle for the ages, Jason was left weakened, wounded, missing fingers, but not broken. He spoke slowly now, purposefully. My team moved in. 2 didn't return. They gave their lives capturing this undead creature. But we sedated Jason. We contained him. And yes, in time, his fingers grew back. His wounds healed. He still wears the mask he wore that night. The legacy lives. And now, another subtle nod. And now he awakens. The lights above the enclosure intensified. The satin covering lifted slowly, revealing the tall, still figure behind thick glass, humming with soft blue pulses of energy. Jason Voorhees, towering, silent, masked, alive. He stood in his dark green shirt, weathered jacket, and dark blood-stained pants and boots, broad shoulders unmoving, the hockey mask obscuring the horror beneath. A 6'5" behemoth. For a moment he didn't move. Then his head slowly turned. He scanned the room. Not a sound. Yet the dread was immediate. Those who made eye contact with him felt their stomachs drop. Some gasped. A man in the front stumbled backward. A child began to cry. Jason's gaze passed over the children entirely. He didn't even seem to register them. It was the adults, the teenagers, the ones like those counselors on the dock. They were his focus. Jason stepped forward and pushed a palm to the glass. Crack! A crackle of energy surged out, lighting up his entire arm. He jolted, just once, but didn't fall. He didn't scream. He stepped back and waited. Edwin's voice cut through the tense quiet. He felt that! Don't worry, friends. Not even the undead Jason Voorhees can escape this enclosure. You are quite safe. You can't make that promise, called Branson loudly. Edwin smiled big and stared down again at his adversary. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems the CEO of Nexus Tech has graced us with his presence, Edwin said, again looking out at the crowd and breaking eye contact with Branson. I assure you, Branson, they are all quite contained. I do know what I am doing. But thank you for your concern. You are meddling with things you don't understand. You are putting the entire world in danger by fucking with the past, Branson said. Behind him at the platform, one of the soldiers began making their way through the crowd. Edwin noticed them. No, that won't be needed. Return to your post, he ordered, and the soldier obeyed. I tell you what, Branson, if you will allow me to finish my speech, we can talk about how you somehow know more about time travel than the man who invented it all night. Edwin finished with a chuckle. A few audience members laughed along with Prism. You've never invented anything, Prism. The world thinks you are this hero of humanity, but you just pay the people who master the science you take credit for. You try to own their results now, but I bet you'll be singing a different song when this all bites you in the ass, and I will be here to see it happen. Branson barked up to Edwin. Go ahead, finish your little freak show. Then me and you have some things to discuss privately. Boos rang out from the audience. People were yelling for Branson to shut up, yelling out that he was jealous. The uneasiness they had all felt from Jason moments ago washed away by their defense of Edwin. It was like the crowd worshipped Prism. Branson couldn't believe what he was seeing. Now, everyone, calm down. Branson just feels strongly about his opinions. But they are just that, opinions. I assure you I know exactly what I am doing. My team and I have invented many things together. I have never tried to imply I did it all myself. I will be glad to have a discussion with Mr. McAllister when I am finished speaking, Edwin said as the crowd became silent again. Now, it's time for the final reveal. He let a long pause hang before continuing. He pointed a finger to Jason's cell. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Voorhees, the boy you watched drown, the man who never truly died, the Crystal Lake Killer in the flesh. Applause rang out. His unveiling had been a success. The crowd was enthralled by the danger and the fear emitted from these killers, but they no longer felt fear of escape. The audience had seen almost the entire collection, real or animatronic. Edwin had put on one hell of a show, and none of the exhibits could escape their enclosures. And Branson McAllister's bickering with Edwin had only gotten the crowd behind Edwin even more. To an audience of onlookers who could have anything they wanted, go anywhere they wanted, some of which had even visited the colonies on the moon and even Mars, the thrill of this exhibit gave them something they hadn't felt in a while: excitement, adrenaline. Edwin Prism stood motionless behind the podium, his voice calm, confident, almost too casual given the killers he had shown off thus far. Branson watched and listened, arms crossed, a sneer on his face. "I mentioned earlier," Edwin said, adjusting his grip on the edge of the podium, "that I was there in 1980 when Pamela Voorhees lost her head on the shores of Crystal Lake." He smiled faintly, letting that sink in. "And I was." A beat. "Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was last night, in fact." Murmurs rippled throughout the crowd, confused, startled, intrigued. Edwin turned, extending one hand slowly toward the final small veiled object near Jason's cell. "Which brings me to the last piece of the collection, the mysterious final object." The lights in the room dimmed, all focus narrowing to the Jason enclosure and the smaller square object just beside it, still hidden beneath its smooth white covering. "I made a decision," Edwin continued, voice rising with theatrical gravity. "If I had Jason Voorhees, the body, the legacy of vengeance incarnate," he leaned in slightly, "then I wanted the other half of his legend as well." He paused. "So last night, while the surviving girl floated unconscious in a canoe on the lake, and the bloodied, headless corpse of Pamela Voorhees lay on the sand, I took something." A swell of light built over the platform. Right there, from the edge of Crystal Lake, just minutes after Pamela's demise, I took this. With a sharp gesture, he activated the platform control. The white covering rose, and the crowd gasped in unison. Branson knew Edwin was a bastard, but couldn't believe he had gone this far. Inside the final cube-shaped enclosure, surrounded by glass, sat the freshly severed head of Pamela Voorhees. The expression frozen on her face was somewhere between twisted anguish and motherly protection. Wisps of curly blonde hair clung to her face. Her eyes, though dead and clouded, seemed to stare through the souls of everyone in the room. Edwin knew removing her head from the timeline could cause some problems. He had read witness statements from survivors of Jason's first killing spree that Jason had kept his mother's head on an altar in a ramshackle structure he lived in deep in the woods of Crystal Lake for a time. So Edwin had used his medical tech and created an amazingly realistic replica, with synthetic skin, cloned eyeballs, real human hair and blood. The synthetic skin would even decay over time. He wasn't taking any chances. He made sure to leave the fake behind when he took the real deal the night before. The real deal which was now on display for his audience to see. Edwin's voice dropped into a chilling cadence. "Yes, a family reunion." A jolt of unease swept through the room. For some reason, living, breathing killers, even living dolls, were one thing, but the decapitated head of a woman who looked to have died screaming in fear did not sit well with the crowd, even if she had killed several people beforehand. Branson thought to himself that maybe this crowd was a bit human after all. And in the next second, Jason Voorhees turned. The massive killer, still until now, locked onto the display. He stared at his mother's decapitated head. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then his body tensed. Inside the enclosure, his breath quickened, his fist clenched at his sides. His masked face tilted ever so slightly downward, but his shoulders began to rise. And then his eyes, Beneath the mask, his eyes filled with a storm of emotion, rage, pain, recognition. The entire crowd seemed to feel it in their chests. Jason reeled back his right arm. Crack! He punched forward. A thunderous shatter rang out as his enormous fist exploded through the reinforced, electrified glass. The glowing blue pulses sparked wildly, arcing across his arm like ghostly lightning, but they didn't stop him. They only fed him. He was feeling no pain, only inhuman rage. With the second blow, the front of the enclosure gave way entirely. Shards of high-tech glass sprayed across the stage. The two closest soldiers, caught completely off guard, were blasted backward, their rifles clattering to the floor. One slammed into the display barricade, the other skidded across the platform. Guests screamed, security turned, drinks hit the floor. Jason stepped forward, out of the shattered remains of his cell, and in his mind, he heard her. "Kill for me, Jason. Kill for Mother. They hurt me. They hurt you. They all must die. Kill them all." Pamela's voice, his mother's voice, soft and echoing through the darkness of his thoughts. "You see, you bastard? This is your fucking legacy!" Branson yelled up at Edwin. He then tried to turn and head for the door at the back of the room, but the crowd was too thick and panicked. He couldn't squeeze through. Edwin began to panic as well. He went to hit a floor switch with his foot that would inject a sedative into Jason's IV, but it was too late. The IV had ripped free as Jason began his escape. Edwin had gotten too arrogant, too damn cocky for his own good, and he knew it. Worse yet, that bastard Branson McAllister had been here to witness his failure. The head. He had been so obsessed with obtaining Pamela's goddamned head that he never stopped to think what it might trigger in her son, the monster Voorhees. Edwin had been promised the electrical pulses in the enclosures would keep even the strongest, most determined creature, man or beast, from breaking out. It was his tech, damn it, only the best, but it had just failed. Yes, that was it. It wasn't his failure, it was his technicians' failures. They had dropped the ball. They had truly underestimated this monster. The room went dark for just a moment, and then the emergency power took over, casting an eerie red light across the dark room. A dark thought hit Edwin as he turned to the platform in the middle of the room. Jason, escaping, had shorted out the power, and now the blue energy pulse was gone from all the glass cells. His collection was no longer being held against their will. They were now completely free to escape, and the only thing standing between them and the room full of people, including Edwin himself, was his security team. Then another frantic thought hit Edwin like a ton of bricks. "Fuck!" he said quietly as he watched the chaos before him. "Christ, I only hired 6 soldiers to show up for this. Fuck, fuck, fuck! It won't be enough," he thought to himself. He had only imagined he needed enough security to keep the people away from the glass cells, not the killers away from the people. The echoes of screaming raged through the dark space. The noise was explosive. Jason turned toward the audience, toward the sea of flesh and confusion and sound. Then he turned towards the stage. Somehow he knew the man behind the podium, the one who had imprisoned him, was also the one who had taken his mother's head and put it on display for entertainment. His rage knew no bounds. He stared into Edwin's eyes from the center of the room. Edwin looked back and was trapped in Jason's fiery gaze. Even through the dim, eerie red lighting, he could see the pure rage in those eyes. Edwin was fucked. The only exit to the room was on the far side, the automatic door that he had installed because he thought it was cool. He now realized was not opening for the people currently trying to flee. He watched them beating on it. The emergency power was not enough to reactivate the door. He only hoped his security could somehow hold Jason back long enough for him to figure out a means to escape or get power back on before the other prisoners broke free. Because if the others escaped their cells, then there would be no time for formulating an escape plan. "That's one hell of a collection, Ed." Edwin turned with a start at Branson's words, who was now standing next to him. "Are you happy? You just had to have it all, didn't you? You cracked the most amazing tool for humanity, and then you ruin it. You use it for your own sick amusement, and now you are going to watch as your collection destroys your legacy for good." I didn't think it," Edwin began. "No, you didn't think," Branson barked back, cutting Edwin off. Meanwhile, Jason had turned his attention back to the crowd around him. He would kill them all, just like Mother was commanding him in his head. Then he would kill the one who hurt him and desecrated his mother. Jason took a step, then another. One boot hit the floor of the showroom, and then the next. Michael, Chucky, and Freddy all saw the blue energy pulse was gone. Freddy and Chucky began to laugh. A chain shot from the lament configuration, but instead of bouncing off a force field, this time it broke through its enclosure. The glass casing shattered around it as the cube began floating in the air and started turning and transforming. Jason reached into the wooden display box that hung above the plaque that read Jason Voorhees, the Crystal Lake Killer. The display box that held his weathered yet trusty machete, and he took it in his hand. It felt familiar, it felt right, and it was thirsty. Jason snapped his head back up. And with that, all hell broke loose. Chapter 3. All Hell. Blood streaked through the dark red glow of the showroom's emergency lights. Jason Voorhees brought his machete down in a clean, brutal arc, bisecting the closest bystander, a heavy-set older man who split apart with a wet crunch. Without hesitation, Jason swung again, this time catching a young woman trying to flee through the packed, screaming crowd. She had nowhere to run. The machete burst through her back and out her chest in a spray of blood. 2 of the guard soldiers were in the process of getting up off the ground. 3 other soldiers were awaiting their captain's orders. The captain was opening his mouth to yell to his soldiers when... "Otis, we need you on the stage. We've got a problem." Francis's voice crackled through Otis Webster's radio headset, his tone tense and strained. Otis Webster, captain of the security detail, was already scanning the chaos. 60 years old, Caucasian with a steel gray goatee and matching buzz cut. He stood 6'3" and carried 250 pounds of ex-Marine muscle. He had served as gunnery sergeant in the Marines before retiring and then taking a job as a sergeant prison guard. That is where Edwin Prism had found and hired him. Otis stayed calm and collected under pressure. Even with the lumbering killer Jason Voorhees now free, Otis didn't panic. He didn't show fear. "I'd say we got one hell of a fucking problem, Francis," Otis shouted over the chorus of screaming civilians. "The big motherfucker's loose. He's cutting people down. I don't have a clean shot. Should we attempt to detain with non-lethals?" "Negative, Webb. Send a couple grunts to take him down. We've got a separate situation on stage. The guy who signs our paychecks needs protection. Get up here." Otis wanted to tell Francis to fuck off, that there were people dying right in front of him. But Otis was hired to be Edwin Prism's head of security. Otis was a soldier through and through, and he took his orders seriously, dead serious. He honored his word, and he had given his word to protect Edwin Prism and Edwin Prism's interests. That is the only reason he hadn't opened fire on Jason Voorhees immediately upon escape. He was awaiting orders, and now he had them. "Will do," Otis responded. The emergency backup lights had come online, and Otis assumed the other killers were still secured in their cells. He was wrong. "Johnson, Phillips, get to the main entrance and see if you can get that door open. We need to get these people the hell out of here." He barked his order at 2 male soldiers. Clyde Johnson was a stout Caucasian man, 32 years old, 6'2", his blonde hair sporting a Marine cut. Bradley Phillips was slightly younger and slightly smaller. He was 29, 5'10", with dark hair, also in a Marine cut. "Wagner, get out there and put that giant mute down," he commanded a female soldier. "Aye," the three soldiers shouted back and pushed into the chaos. Otis turned to his two remaining team members, Bethany Fields and Nate Wynn, who were scrambling back to their feet after having been knocked flat by Jason's initial breakout. Bethany grabbed her dropped rifle. She was 27, 5'7", pale with icy blue eyes, short black hair, and a lean frame built for action. Nate, 31, stood 6'2", and solidly built, his muscles tight beneath the white-gray camo. He was a Vietnamese American with the Marine buzz cut, and he was breathing heavy but focused. "Fields, Wynn, you're with me. We're heading to the stage to cover the boss," Otis shouted. He paused, noticing Nate's hands were empty. "Where's your weapon, soldier?" I dropped it when Nate began, looking around the floor around him. The room, being awash in the dim red emergency lighting, made it hard to see much of anything. "I think you dropped this," a voice called out behind him. Nate turned and saw one of the waitresses holding out his rifle. She was young, early 20s, with light brown skin, soft brown eyes, and dark hair tipped with blonde. Her name tag read Sonia. She was 5'3", 120 pounds, and shaking, but standing her ground. "Thanks," Nate said, taking the rifle. "Are you going to stop that thing?" Sonia shouted over the chaos. "He's killing people!" "We've got 3 soldiers on it, and we're working to open the door," Otis barked as he moved past her. "Either come with us or get out of our way, little lady." "My name's Sonia, and I think I'll stick with you 3, she replied. "Well, all right, Sonia. Try to keep up. Come on, soldiers, let's move," Otis shouted. Bethany followed close behind. Nate gave Sonia a quick nod and motioned for her to follow. She stuck to him as they slowly pushed through the stampede of panicked guests toward the stage. None of them noticed the lament configuration hovering above the crowd, twisting and shifting in midair, its polished surfaces folding in on themselves, rearranging. Behind them, Michael Myers stood motionless in his cell, but his mask turned slightly as the last of the soldiers moved away into the fray. Amid the screams and gunfire, he heard the sharp, unmistakable crack of glass breaking. He turned his head. The raptor had shattered its enclosure. The beast stood atop shards of safety glass, growling low and territorial. Its head snapped toward the closest victim, a pudgy, well-dressed man in his 60s with a monocle. Before the man could run, the raptor lunged, diving and driving its sickle claw into his back. He collapsed, screaming, but the raptor was already bending down, tearing into him, ripping through flesh and bone. In the dim red glow, Michael watched it lift its head, flesh and blood in its teeth. Michael realized with certainty that nothing was holding him in anymore. The raptor didn't scare him. Nothing scared the boogeyman. Michael drew his head back and slammed it forward with immense force into the glass. A web of cracks spread across the enclosure. He did it again. The glass shattered. He stepped through the remains of his cell, slow and deliberate, reaching into the display case mounted above his plaque. He wrapped his fingers around the familiar cold handle of the butcher knife. He descended into the chaos. The first person he came upon, an elderly woman with white hair, never saw him. Her back was turned. Michael raised the blade and drove it into her neck, the tip bursting out the opposite side in a geyser of red. Freddy Krueger laughed from within his cell as he watched it all unfold. "Well, look who's off the leash!" he muttered with a crooked grin. Then he leaned back and slammed his head forward against the glass, imitating Michael. The cell held firm. Freddy recoiled, staggering back and grabbing his skull. "Fuck!" he shouted, holding his head with both hands. From the nearby enclosure, Chucky howled with laughter. "Guess you don't got your dream mojo here in the real world, huh, Fred?" The doll cackled, the chain around his ankle keeping him stuck in place.
"Fuck you, midget man," Freddy shouted back. "At least I'm not some stunted ginger my buddy knockoff."
Not very PC of you, Kruger. The term is little person and fuck off. Obviously, we aren't going anywhere, so let's at least enjoy the show, Chucky retorted. He began laughing, turning his attention to the two large killers who had escaped and were slaughtering. "Get 'em, Mikey! Slice and dice those bastards, Jason!" And the screams in the showroom grew louder. Several bloody events then occurred in a very short window of time. Maria Wagner was a lean, mean fighting machine, standing 6'1" and weighing 150 pounds. She had a shaven head, fierce hazel eyes, and the sculpted physique of a bodybuilder. She was a certified badass. The other soldiers often joked that she had bigger balls than all the men put together. She had been pushing her way through the panicked crowd, stepping over the mangled bodies left behind by Jason Voorhees, and now, finally, she had caught up to the towering killer. He was in the middle of throwing another victim to the ground, while more people were being shoved toward him in the chaos, feeding the massacre in the vast showroom. Moments earlier, Maria had watched a handful of would-be heroes try to take Jason down. Pointless. He had cut through them like paper. If no one stopped him, he was going to carve his way through the entire crowd. "Hey, fucker! Party time is over!" Wagner shouted at the undead brute. Jason didn't react. He didn't even glance her way. Maria leveled her rifle. Someone slammed into her from behind. She shoved them off, reset her aim, and squeezed the trigger. A rapid burst of bullets tore through the dimly red-lit room and slammed into Jason's back. The shots were barely audible over the screams and stampede. Jason staggered forward slightly but stayed upright. He turned to face her, and in the low red light, Wagner locked eyes with him and saw nothing but pure, unrelenting rage. She fired again, but just as she did, a cluster of people were shoved between her and Jason, trying to flee toward what they didn't yet know was a dead end. The bullets struck the group of four. They screamed in agony and collapsed in a heap at her feet. "Shit!" Wagner shouted, looking down at them. She jerked her head up, preparing to take another shot, but Jason was already there, her vision filled with the sight of his rotted, stinking shirt at chest level. She tried to backpedal and raised her assault rifle, but Jason suddenly let go of his machete, grabbed the barrel of the AK-47, and yanked it from her hands like a toy. Then, in a blur of motion far faster than his size should allow, Jason turned the rifle in his grip and drove it down into her chest with monstrous force. Wagner felt it tear into her, the steel crushing bone and flesh. She couldn't even scream. Blood sprayed as her knees buckled. The last thing she saw before hitting the floor was Jason's rage-filled eyes staring through the yellowed, worn eye holes of his hockey mask. Jason slowly reached down and retrieved his machete. He turned, ready to resume his slow march of death toward the stage. But something gave him pause, a sixth sense, a feeling deep inside. Jason turned back in the direction of the glass gallery where he had once been caged, and what he saw temporarily took him off his path to the stage. Jason began striding back towards the platform in the center of the room. Somewhere not far behind Jason, a man moved in silence, a shadow in the crowd of chaos. He wasn't scared, wasn't trying to flee. No, he was watching, stalking. He had waited years for this moment, years to finally come face to face with Jason Voorhees. And when the time came, he would strike with purpose. This wasn't about survival, this was about justice, about vengeance. Jason had taken someone from him, someone who wore a badge, who died behind the walls of Weston Hills back in 2003. Officer Scott Stubbs, his father. He had only been 5 when his father was killed and hadn't learned the true details until he was 21 and had joined the force himself. Once he learned that Jason Voorhees had been the one to take his father from him, he became obsessed with finding Jason and making the bastard pay for what he had done. He followed any lead he could find but was never able to find Jason until now. Now he knew why Jason had always evaded him. Through connections in the town of Crystal Lake, he had learned that Edwin Prism had taken Jason from 2003, mere hours after Jason had killed his father, and brought him to 2045. Then, when he heard of the macabre gallery Prism was planning, he made his move to be a part of the audience. It had been tricky, but he was here. That's all that mattered. Now, as Jason turned away from his latest kill and began striding back toward the center platform, toward the shattered remains of the glass cells that once held him, the man moved. He slipped through the chaos, eyes locked on the towering killer. Then, without hesitation, he knelt beside the fallen body of Maria Wagner, blood pooled beneath her, still warm. He gripped the blood-slick AK-47 jutting from her chest and yanked it free with a grunt. A spray of dark red followed. He then took her handgun from a holster on her hip and put it in his waistband. The man rose, bloody AK-47 in hand. The time for waiting was almost over. The raptor had taken out 3 more victims, dragging its first kill, a large overweight man, into a corner where it resumed tearing into the corpse, blood matting its feathers as it fed. Meanwhile, Michael Myers hadn't moved far from the center platform. He didn't need to. Bodies came to him like moths to a flame. The panicked crowd had nowhere to go, just a churning mass of bodies crushed by fear, funneled into death. He stood like a statue in the eye of the storm, and the storm came to him. A man tried to bolt past him, screaming for his wife. Michael stepped forward and drove his knife upward under the man's chin, the blade punching through the roof of his mouth and into his skull. The body twitched violently, then went still. Nearby, a woman slipped on blood-slick flooring, scrambling backward on her hands. She opened her mouth to scream, but Michael was already there, crushing her windpipe beneath his boot before finishing her with a single stab to the heart. He killed a pair of teens next, still wearing their Prism Tech usher uniforms. One of them tried to swing a folding chair. Michael caught it mid-swing and impaled the teen through the chest with his knife, then turned and snapped the other's neck with a brutal twist. He cleaved a man nearly in half with a wide, powerful slash across the abdomen, intestines spilling onto the floor as the man collapsed beside Michael. The man held his innards in his hands, mumbling a plea to his mother. "Help me," he whispered. Michael had taken the folding chair that he had cast aside earlier and began beating the man's head in with it until the man mumbled no more. The last kill was the slowest. A woman who had frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. She made no move to run, to fight, to beg. She just stared, trembling as he approached and stabbed her. Once, twice, 3 times. Michael stepped back and tilted his head, admiring the blood dripping from his blade. Several bodies lay at his feet, and he hadn't taken more than a dozen steps. Michael's mask and coveralls were soaked in blood, his body language calm, methodical, the shape fully awakened, moving on to the next kill. That's when he saw the small boy, curled into the fetal position on the floor. The child couldn't have been older than 6. Michael tilted his head slowly, then reached down with his grimy, blood-crusted fingers and clamped a hand around the child's throat. He lifted the boy into the air, holding him at eye level. The boy trembled, eyes wide with pure terror. Urine streamed down his legs as he stared into the black, lifeless eye holes of Michael's mask. Michael raised his knife high with his free hand. The boy kicked and flailed, his small fist pounding uselessly against the monster's arm. The blade came down in a swift arc, but it never made contact. Instead, Michael watched in stunned silence as his own hand, the one holding the knife, hit the floor with a wet smack, severed at the wrist. He looked down at the bloody stump where his hand had been, then slowly turned to see who had stopped him. An old, rusted machete was gripped in a powerful hand. Behind it stood a towering figure in filthy, tattered clothes and a weathered hockey mask. Jason Voorhees. Fury surged through Michael. He hurled the child over his shoulder, sending the boy crashing into a small glass cell on the gallery platform with a sharp shatter. The screams of the crowd briefly gave way to the sound of splintering glass. Michael's remaining hand shot forward and latched onto Jason's neck, crushing down with unnatural strength. Jason responded in kind, gripping Michael's throat with one hand while the other still clenched his machete. Jason Voorhees had no qualms about killing teens or adults, but children, never. There was a line even he would not cross. Somewhere deep in whatever was left of his soul, Jason remembered being a child, vulnerable, mocked, neglected, drowned. He felt a kinship with the young. He had once needed protection and received none, and now in death he would become the protection he never had. Even at Camp Forest Green, when they had reopened the old Crystal Lake grounds in 1990, Jason had never laid a hand on the children. He had walked through the girls' cabin late at night to make sure the counselors were taking care of the children. A young girl awoke and saw Jason. He had stared at her curiously. Was he still this small? He was mesmerized, remembering being a young boy holding his mother's hand. The girl trembled in silence. Clearly, the counselors hadn't been looking after her the way they should. He had heard a counselor outside and stormed out of the cabin to go after them, while the small girl had shut her eyes, praying Jason would leave. He'd stalked the counselors with ruthless precision. Yes, but not the kids. He had even burst into a cabin where all the kids, girls and boys, had been placed by the remaining counselor. His bursting through the cabin door terrified them beyond measure, but he hadn't harmed a single one. He needed the children to scream so he could draw out the final counselor and Tommy Jarvis, the man who had killed him and then inadvertently resurrected him. But seeing that small boy raised in Michael's grip, watching the knife poised to strike, Jason had snapped. And when he saw the shape fling the boy like garbage, saw the child crash, limp and crying into shattered glass, Jason saw red. Now, two monsters stood locked in a death grip. The black void of Michael's eyes met the burning primal rage behind Jason's mask. Neither killer flinched. Blood gushed from Michael's wrist, but he didn't react. Both began to slowly drop to one knee, never breaking their stare. Evil and vengeance, unstoppable force against immovable hatred. They squeezed harder. Bones should have broken, windpipes should have collapsed, but these weren't ordinary men. These were walking legends of death. Then, out of the corner of his vision, Jason saw it, his mother's severed head, mounted, screaming in silence under the red emergency lighting. The man who did this was still on that stage. He heard his mother's voice again inside his head. "Kill them, Jason! Kill them for Mother!" she demanded within the recesses of his mind. "Kill them all!" Jason remembered his purpose. With a grunt of fury, he shifted the grip on his machete and pulled his arm back. He stared deeper into the black void behind Michael's mask, then drove the blade forward straight through the shape's heart. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Michael's grip weakened. His hand slipped from Jason's neck, falling away completely as he crumpled to the floor, blood soaking his jumpsuit and flowing from the fresh stump of his arm. Jason stood over him, breathing like a freight train. He wasn't sure if the shape was truly dead, but he had no more time to waste. He ripped the machete free and heard his mother again. "Take me with you, son. We will make them pay for what they did to me, what they did to you," the voice in his head said. He walked swiftly to the enclosure holding his mother's head. He slammed his fist down, shattering the glass case. He took hold of her hair in his free hand and carried her away with him back into the crowd. He wouldn't leave her behind this time. Vengeance for Mother was waiting. Snapping his head toward the stage, Jason resumed his march, swinging the machete in a wide, bloody arc as he cut down every adult and teenager that dared stand in his path. When Jason cut off Michael Myers' knife-wielding hand, the shape threw the small boy he'd been choking behind him with brutal force. The boy collided with Chucky's cell, shattering the glass. He was alive, but unconscious. Chucky watched with curiosity as Jason collected his mother's head, but Chucky nor Freddy said a word. Jason didn't even acknowledge them. He just took the head and stormed back into the crowd. After Jason left, Chucky looked down at the boy lying at his feet and laughed, a high, twisted cackle. "Who would have thunk it? Looks like I do have a way out of these chains after all," he said gleefully. "Santa Claus brought old Chucky exactly what he asked for. Guess I've been a good boy after all." Chucky again broke out in fits of laughter. Then the doll placed his small plastic right hand on the boy's forehead, closed his eyes, and began to chant, "Ade due dembella, give me the power, I beg of you." The tiny killer's voice echoed through the chaos. He continued, slow and deliberate. Over and over, Chucky repeated the last line 4 times, his voice growing more urgent, more desperate. Freddy watched with a crooked grin, amusement flickering in his burned eyes. He switched between watching Jason and Michael choking each other to death, back to Chucky doing some weird ritual with the small boy. As much as he wanted to see Jason go down for the hell he had put Freddy through before, in the end, the weird living doll chanting a crazy spell won his attention. He'd seen some twisted shit in his day, but this little voodoo seance? This didn't just take the cake, it took the whole bakery. He opened his mouth, ready to deliver a snarky quip. But then, a blinding blue light cracked open above the panicked crowd. The floor trembled beneath their feet, shaking loose dust and fear alike. Unbeknownst to Freddy, the light and shaking of the floor had nothing to do with Chucky. and everything to do with Freddy. In fact, Freddy would soon be free of his own enclosure, but it wouldn't be the freedom he hoped for. The bright light and trembling ground didn't distract Chucky. As he finished his chant, the small doll went suddenly still, his plastic body going limp and collapsing backward onto its back. The boy's shallow breathing quickened slightly as Chucky fell lifeless beside him. The boy's eyelids fluttered. Slowly, he stirred, shifting from unconsciousness to awareness. He blinked a few times, then sat up, his eyes locking onto his own hands. A crooked smile twisted across his face, unnatural, chilling. Then came a sudden high-pitched cackle, a sound far too old and sinister for a child. He stood up, dusted off his clothes with unnerving calm, and looked around the shattered cell. "Now," he said, voice tinged with that same eerie mockery, "to find Mommy and Daddy." His voice, though coming from a child's mouth, carried all the malice of the monster who now wore his skin. Chucky, now in the body of the small boy, reached into the display case beneath his plaque and pulled out the small, colorful knife. It looked like a toy, bright, colorful, and plastic in appearance, but its edge gleamed with deadly sharpness. He tucked it into his waistband with a smirk. "Just in case," he muttered, and began moving toward the crowd. Freddy watched in amazement and approval.
Well, goddamn! The little bastard hot-wired a brat! Good for him!
Freddy said to himself.
"Go get 'em, sport!"
He yelled out at Chucky. Chucky paid him no mind and continued walking away into the crowd. Otis, Bethany, Nate, and Sonia were halfway to the stage when a bright blue light suddenly appeared overhead, and the floor beneath their feet began to tremble. They halted, eyes darting around in alarm. Then, the wall on the right side of the room split open like a wound, revealing a dark, dank stone hallway bathed in an eerie blue glow. Distant screams could be heard from within. Above them, the lament configuration, the enigmatic puzzle box, stopped spinning and clattered to the floor. But no one noticed. Most were either pushing desperately against the crowd toward the only unopened exit, fending off Jason's brutal attacks, or now fixated on this mysterious new opening. Over a dozen people surged toward the hallway, sensing a chance for escape. Within seconds, their screams echoed back into the dim showroom. 5 of those who had fled suddenly reappeared, racing back into the room, only to be met by a horrifying fate. From the depths of the shadowy corridor, dozens of chains shot forth, each ending in a jagged hook. The chains lashed out like monstrous whips, digging into the 5's flesh, snagging them with merciless precision before they could re-enter the showroom. The hooks ripped and pulled at their skin, tearing muscle from bone. Then, with one brutal, synchronized yank, the chains pulled back hard. The 5 bodies exploded in a grotesque spray of blood, sinew, and gore. Part of the crowd that was close to the carnage froze, stunned into silence, unable to believe what they had just witnessed, until another massive chain shot out from the hallway, impaling anyone caught in its path. Blood and entrails sprayed through that part of the showroom as the chain pierced through bystander after bystander. Otis saw the carnage unfolding and shouted, "Get down!" He dove to the ground, dragging Bethany, Nate, and Sonia with him just as the chain tore through the space where they had been standing seconds before. The brutal chain slammed through the chest of several more unlucky souls before crashing into the last remaining glass enclosure in the center of the room. Freddy's glass cell shattered with a deafening crash as the chain struck it. And then the chain recoiled, retracting back into the depths of the stone hallway, letting the bodies that the chain had gone through fall to the floor.
Come on, let's go, hurry!
Otis barked, pulling himself to his feet. Like Freddy, Otis had seen some shit in his day, but the things he had witnessed this day would haunt his dreams for the rest of his life. He had been briefed on the killers they would be guarding. Hell, he led the teams that captured a couple of them. But this, a passageway into another world opening up and phantom chains ripping people apart, was beyond anything he could have been prepared to witness. Sonia, Bethany, and Nate slowly got to their feet, shaken to their core, their minds trying to make sense of what was going on. "What the fuck is happening? This isn't what we signed up for," Nate bellowed. "Jesus Christ, sir, what is that hall? What the hell just killed those people?" Bethany yelled in dismay to her leader. Sonia, without realizing it, had grabbed a hold of Nate's arm. She had never been so terrified in her life. The killers were loose, and now something beyond explanation just happened before her eyes.
There's no time to worry about it right now. Yes, it's all kinds of fucked, but we need to get to Prism. We can get answers later. Let's go!
Otis barked back to his soldiers. He hoped his own fear and doubt wasn't showing in his voice, and he continued to push through the packed room. Bethany, Nate, and Sonia reluctantly followed, all three occasionally looking back over their shoulders, unsure of what might happen next. They were close now, nearing the stage, and the crowd thinned some, but it was still slow going. But the path was becoming less crowded. Things were happening so fast, and it was so dark that lots of people had no idea of the carnage and evil that had now haunted the dimly lit showroom around them. Sonia still held onto Nate's arm. He didn't seem to mind. As they walked, he reached to his hip where he carried his handgun. He took it out, holding the barrel, presenting the grip to Sonia. "Do you know how to use one of these?" he asked her. "Not really," she answered. As they walked, he turned the gun in his hand and pointed to the safety. "That's the safety. Push it off and then you point and shoot," he said, handing the gun to Sonia. She looked forward at Otis. Nate followed her gaze and understood. "No telling what might happen next. You should be armed. Fuck the rules," he said sternly. Thank you," Sonia replied, taking the gun into a slightly shaking, unsure hand. They walked on. Freddy grinned as the glass of his enclosure shattered, shards tinkling to the floor around him. He stepped out onto the platform, then reached up into the showcase box above his plaque and pulled out his bladed glove. It had been far too long since he'd worn it. Slowly he slid it on, making a face of mock ecstasy as he flexed his finger blades.
"Now Freddy gets to have a little fun,"
he muttered to himself, eyes scanning the room. Jason and Michael had already taken down many, but dozens of victims still remained, waiting for his blades to do their work. Jason had taken down Michael and was still out there. Perhaps Freddy would have some words with the mama's boy. Perhaps round 2 was in order. It had only been a handful of minutes since Jason broke free from his cell, unleashing this bloody chaos. But to Freddy, trapped and forced to watch from his cage, it felt like an eternity. His gaze landed on 2 soldiers across the room by the only door, struggling futilely to pry it open. Between them and Freddy, and stretching across most of the room, was the panicked crowd pressed and shoved, desperate for any escape. Freddy chuckled low and stepped off the center platform onto the showroom floor, advancing toward a group of people who had spotted his newfound freedom and stared at him in abject terror.
1, 2,
he crooned, his voice a raspy lullaby soaked in menace.
I'm coming for you.
Freddy took a few steps forward, boots scraping against the glass-littered showroom floor. His gloved hand flexed, blades gleaming faintly in the red emergency lighting. The cluster of people ahead of him screamed, shoving one another, desperate to escape through the tight-packed crowd. But there was nowhere to go. Freddy raised his arm. He was just about to pounce, ready to paint the walls with panic and blood, when a voice, deep, calm, ancient, spoke directly behind him.
You show great promise.
Freddy froze mid-step.
Leviathan has taken an interest in you. We were coming for the rich man, but once he saw you and saw into you, he sent me to bring you to him. You have claimed countless souls. Your own time in hell caught Leviathan's attention. Your reputation precedes you, Kruger.
Freddy turned slowly and stopped. There, standing silently in the dim red haze, were three figures, impossibly still, as if they had always been there. The air around them felt heavier, denser, like reality was being pulled inward. In the center stood Pinhead, his flesh pale and marbled like wax, meticulously gritted by precise bloodless cuts. From each intersection of skin, steel nails jutted like a ritual marking. He wore a black leather robe, skin-tight across the chest, where hooks and flesh were woven together, torn skin revealing red muscle beneath. The robe flared at the bottom, draping to the floor, glistening like wet obsidian. To his right was the Chatterer, a flayed monstrosity whose face had been removed entirely, teeth exposed in a constant gnashing chatter. His black leather-bound frame was stitched together with sinew and twisted straps. His body twitching with eagerness, he made no sound beyond the click of his ceaseless jaw. To the left stood the female Cenobite, graceful in her grotesque elegance. Her throat had been sliced open vertically, the flesh pinned back to expose her vocal cords and pulsating interior. Yet she stood serene, dressed in a similar black ceremonial robe, corseted and high-collared, with steel rings piercing her face and chest like ornaments of worship. Tubes ran from her exposed trachea into the shadows of her collar. Her black eyes bored into Freddy like a scientist studying a specimen. They were not just beings, they were ritual made flesh. A silence deeper than any Freddy had known pressed in around him, swallowing the sounds of chaos from the room beyond. He had mocked death, played with demons, but this was something older. Freddy's eyes narrowed as he looked from one figure to the next.
And what if I'm not interested?
He growled, but the bravado in his voice wavered. Pinhead's lip twitched in something that might have been a smile, or a final warning.
You were summoned, Freddy Krueger, and what has been summoned must come.
Freddy's eyes darted past the trio standing before him. Behind them, emerging from the shadows like a phantom, was the Raptor, its low body sliding across the floor in a silent, practiced stalk. Its slit eyes were locked on the Cenobites, head tilted slightly, sickle claw lifted and poised to strike. Freddy's grin widened.
Perfect. Okay,
Freddy said, raising his hand slightly, blades flashing in the crimson haze.
Let's not get all grabby, alright? I get it. You're the big bad leather priest from Painville. I'm impressed. Honestly.
Pinhead didn't move. The Chatterer's teeth clicked once. The female Cenobite cocked her head, almost amused. Freddy slowly began shifting sideways, inching to the left, guiding them, step by step, toward the Raptor's direct path.
I mean, Leviathan. Sounds like a real stand-up guy,
Freddy drawled, feigning casual interest.
Me and him would probably get along like fire and kerosene.
The Raptor edged closer, coiled like a spring. Freddy continued, still slowly circling.
You know, you three could use someone like me. Bit of style, lot of edge. I mean, leather's nice, but it's kinda last century. Add a little razzle-dazzle, a couple screams, maybe a...
Pinhead took a single step to the side, then another. So did the others. Right in time with Freddy. He froze.
They're mirroring me.
Freddy's grin faltered just for a second. He glanced at the rafter, almost ready to strike. Then Pinhead spoke, calm as judgment.
"We know what you're doing."
Freddy blinked.
"You mistake us for fools. We follow your lead only when it amuses us,"
the Hell Priest continued. Freddy's eyes went wide.
"Oh shit."
Pinhead slowly turned his head toward the raptor. The beast lunged, a guttural snarl erupting from its throat, and Pinhead raised a hand. Chains screamed out from the shadows like steel serpents, hooked, barbed, and many. They slammed into the raptor mid-pounce, spearing it through the chest, shoulders, hips, and spine. The creature shrieked in agony, limbs flailing in the air as it was suspended like a grotesque marionette. It tried to bite, to twist, to escape. It couldn't. It never could. With the flick of Pinhead's fingers, the chains tightened. A sickening crack echoed as flesh and muscle tore free. The raptor was ripped into a dozen pieces, blood and viscera exploding across the showroom floor. Its remains hit the ground like wet sacks of meat. Silence returned. Freddy stared at what was left, jaw twitching. Pinhead stepped forward, eyes dark and endless.
"You have tortured and claimed countless souls, Freddy. You know the pleasure pain can bring. You will serve Leviathan well, as one of the Order of the Gash," he said.
Freddy took one step back, but chains had already begun to slither behind him. Freddy Krueger stood trembling in the crimson haze of the showroom, not from fear of death. He'd died before. No, this was different. What stood before him were not men, not monsters, not killers. They were eternal, inevitable, holy. The Order of the Gash, demons to some, angels to others, Cenobites. He had heard whispers in hell. Even there, these names were only spoken in fear. Pinhead, Leviathan, the Cenobites, creatures that didn't just kill, they transformed you, tore you apart with pain and precision, remade you to sing in pain forever. And now they had come for him. Behind Freddy, across the room, the stone hallway into the labyrinth lay opened, ancient and yawning, lined with shifting glyphs. Cold wind flowed from within, though no air stirred. Freddy's bravado crumbled. He took a step back, hands raised. The Cenobites took a step forward.
Okay, look,"
he stammered, trying to keep his voice smooth.
"I'm not saying I don't deserve a chat, but I'm a professional. You know me, Freddy Krueger, Dream Demon, Soul Collector. I've sent plenty of fresh meat your way. You gotta admit, I've earned a little..."
He swallowed hard.
"Mercy."
The female Cenobite stepped forward first, her torn throat cords twitching as her voice oozed through the open flesh.
"Mercy. You dare speak of mercy. Dare ask mercy for yourself. Ask mercy of us. Tell me, Krueger, the small, innocent children of Elm Street, when you told them you were a friend of their parents and were sent to pick them up."
Her eyes narrowed.
"And you took them to your boiler room, tied them up, tortured them, made them scream until their throats bled."
She leaned closer.
"Did you show them mercy when they screamed for their mothers?"
Freddy's breath caught. His burned lips twitched, but he said nothing. He took a few more steps back. The crowd of panicked people between him and the open stone hallway seemed to be in a trance as they stepped one way or the other, opening up a clear path to the hallway. Pinhead stepped forward next, each movement deliberate, precise.
"Or the children, whose parents you said had been in a car wreck."
His voice was a steady storm.
"You posed as a policeman, told them you'd take them to the hospital, but you took them to the boiler room instead. To your kill room. Pinhead tilted his head slowly. When their tears ran down their dirty cheeks, when they cried in confusion, asking why you were hurting them, did you grant them mercy?
Freddy backed away further, his hands trembling now.
No, come on.
The female Cenobite cut in again.
And what of the teenagers? The ones who only fell asleep? The children of the parents who rightfully burned you alive? Did you grant them mercy, Freddy Krueger?
Freddy's face twisted.
They deserved. Did they?
Pinhead asked, stepping closer.
Did the girls you flayed in their dreams, the boys whose eyes you gouged out while they slept, did any of them receive the mercy you now beg for?
Freddy's back hit the threshold of the hallway. His eyes darted between the three figures.
I was wronged. I was a victim too, he screamed. You don't have to do this.
He turned, desperate.
Please, a little professional courtesy. Let's make a deal. I'll take what's behind door number 2. No whammies. Come on. Show me mercy.
The female Cenobite shook her head, her voice cold and gurgling.
There is no mercy in the labyrinth. There is no bargain to be struck.
Pinhead raised a hand, his voice calm and final.
We have such sights to show you, Krueger, but none of them are mercy.
Freddy screamed and lunged forward, raising his glove. Clank! A hooked chain fired from the dark, piercing his gloved hand and suspending it midair.
Ah!
Another chain slammed through his shoulder, then another through his thigh, then his spine, then his lower back, yanking him backward into the cold. Dozens of chains now wrapped around him, lifting him from the floor.
No! Let me go! I'm Freddy fucking Krueger!
He slammed his gloved hand against the stone, clawing desperately at the hallway's edge, his final attempt to anchor himself. For a moment, he held. Then the chains pulled harder. Freddy howled as his glove ripped free, torn from his wrist in a burst of blood and sinew. It flew backward, his hand still inside, clattering to the tile just outside the closing hallway. And then he was gone. The stone corridor sealed shut behind him with a deep, booming thud. Silence. Then the laughter began. Pinhead's cool, measured chuckle, the female's low, rasping amusement, and the chatterer's teeth clicking like a wind-up toy from hell. The Cenobites vanished. Freddy Krueger had been claimed. He would not die. He would never die. He would be remade, refined, carved into something beautiful in Leviathan's eyes. He would scream for what would feel like centuries, and eventually he would join the Order of the Gash. Somewhere in the panicked crowd, a terrified guest tripped near the floor, their foot kicking a golden cube. The lament configuration spun across the blood-slicked tile, its pieces no longer shifting. It just lay, still, waiting. Otis, Bethany, Nate, and Sonia were nearly to the stage now. The crowd between them and their destination had thinned dramatically. Most people lay behind them, already dead, trampled, or pushing into the mass of people hoping for a way out. Also behind them, inching closer, was Jason Voorhees, Not even the mysterious hallway and people killed by phantom chains had altered Jason's path. He was on a mission. He would not be stopped. Sonya was lost in thought, thinking about how her entire teenage life she had swore she would escape Crystal Lake. She would graduate high school and then go to college out of state and never look back. She was going to be a teacher. She was going to work with kids, help mold future leaders. But goddamn small towns have a way of latching onto you and never letting go, and here she was. She was 24 years old and still a townie in Crystal fucking Lake, New Jersey. A pathetic grown townie answering an online ad for waitstaff help at a special event. She had needed some extra money, and it was paying far more than most similar gigs would. Plus, she figured it was super convenient. She didn't have to go far, and it was only one night's work at Prism Tech. Prism had come into Crystal Lake like a hurricane. Everyone always wondered what he was really up to. Well, Sonya now knew exactly what he was up to, and if she saw tomorrow, then she was damn lucky to have survived what that bastard had been up to. She decided no matter what, if she did see tomorrow, she would leave and never look back. She would go out and see the world one way or the other. She would try to meet a nice guy. She glanced at Nate, and for a moment thought to herself, maybe I already have. Her cheeks warmed at the thought, and it all sounded nice in her head, but first she had to survive this living hell. Literal portals to hell, living killer dolls, dream demons, goddamn dinosaurs, and the legendary Crystal Lake killer himself, Jason Voorhees. All of them somewhere behind her in the chaos at this very moment. She had no way of knowing only Jason and Chucky remained, but even that was bad odds. The dark thoughts turned into a storm in her mind. She began playing out worst-case scenarios, and a fresh wave of panic began to flow over her. But then Sonya saw her. A small black girl, no older than 10, sat on the floor just off to the side, knees hugged tightly to her chest. Her body was streaked in blood, her face streaked with tears. She rocked slowly back and forth, whispering to herself, eyes wide with shock and terror. Sonya's problems immediately took a back seat to this small, scared child. Sonya came to an immediate stop. She veered off course and dropped to her knees beside the child. Otis snapped his head back. "Nate, what's your tag-along doing? We gotta move. We don't have time for this." Nate and Sonya ignored him. Nate had already slowed too, his instincts kicking in. He knelt beside her and spoke gently. "Hey there, hey, it's okay. You're safe now." The girl's lip quivered. She didn't look at them at first. Her eyes were locked on some distant horror only she could see. "What's your name, sweetheart?" Sonya asked softly. The girl finally looked at them, just for a second. A big man with no eyes," she said, voice shaking. He killed my mommy and daddy. I ran, but I couldn't run anymore." Nate glanced up at the others. Otis was pacing, his eyes scanning the chaos, and Bethany had her rifle ready, sweeping the floor behind them. Sonya gently placed a hand on the girl's shoulder. "Hey, listen to me. My name's Sonya, and this is Nate. Those two over there, that's Otis and Bethany. We're going to keep you safe now." The girl sniffled, then spoke just above a whisper. My name's LaToya, but people call me Toy." Sonya smiled. "Toy, that's a beautiful name." She tucked the girl's blood-matted curls behind her ear. "You're not alone anymore, Toy. I promise." Then Sonya stealthily put the handgun she carried in her waistband at her lower back. She then scooped Toy up into her arms. The girl clung to her immediately, arms around Sonya's neck. Otis turned sharply, his voice urgent now. "We've got incoming. Looks like Voorhees. He's cutting through the crowd fast. We move now." Sonya didn't argue. With Toy in her arms, she turned and rejoined the group as they pushed the final stretch towards the stage. Not far from the soldiers, Sonya and Toy, a small family had taken notice. They had made their way to the back of the room, fearing being trampled, getting caught in a deadly bottlenecking situation, or being cut down by one of the escaped killers. The father, Jeffrey Whitman, stood 6 foot tall, 45 years old, Caucasian, clean-shaven with short brown hair. He wore a neatly pressed black suit, now dusted with sweat and blood spray. At his side was his wife, Bonita, Bunny Whitman, also 45, a 5'5" Filipino woman with a curvy build, dressed in elegant evening attire now stained from the chaos. Their 17-year-old son, Chadwick Chad Whitman, stood just behind them, 6'1", lean but strong, with a dark buzz cut and a sharp jawline. He was half Caucasian and half Filipino, and like his parents, had dressed well for the showcase event, though now his clothing was wrinkled and flecked with blood. As they watched the armed group moving with purpose, Sonia carrying the child and the others flanking her with weapons, Jeffrey made the call. "Follow them! They've got guns and direction." Bonita nodded in silent agreement, taking her son's arm as the three of them moved forward together. Standing near the Whitmans were a young couple who'd been clinging to each other during the chaos and had followed the Whitmans earlier when they had made the move for the back of the room. They had both answered the same online ad as Sonia, and both regretted it just as much as she did. The woman, Kelly Smith, was 20 years old, petite at 5'2" and 120 pounds, with long blonde hair pulled back and streaked with sweat. She wore a bloodied Prism Tech waitress uniform identical to Sonia's, her name tag still pinned to her chest. Her eyes widened as she recognized the woman carrying the child. "That's Sonia," she whispered. "She worked with me. She's good people." Her fiancé, Trevor Williams, 24 years old and 5'11", stood beside her, lean, muscular, his usher's uniform soaked and torn. His short, scruffy blonde hair was matted with sweat and grime, but his eyes were alert. "All right, let's go," he agreed. All 5 of them, Jeffrey, Bonita, Chad, Kelly, and Trevor, broke from where they'd been huddled and began trailing the 4 armed survivors, drawn like moths to the hope that maybe, just maybe, this group knew how to survive. Jeffrey found it fascinating that so few had even noticed the group of soldiers moving away from the chaos. It seemed fear had clouded the panicked masses' perceptions. Not even 10 minutes had passed since Jason first broke free, but for those still alive, it felt like years. Somewhere behind the growing group of hopeful survivors, Jason Voorhees kept coming. Chapter 4. Broke Loose. A few minutes earlier. "Get back. We're trying to get the door open. You're making it impossible. We need room," Phillips yelled, voice strained over the roaring panic. "The killers are out, not just Voorhees. I saw Myers and that damn dinosaur get out. Let us out! I'm gonna own this place!" a commanding voice shouted from the crowd as the mass pushed forward. "Yeah, if you don't open the door right now, we'll own all your asses!" another voice bellowed, rage and desperation fueling the crush. "Did somebody say the raptor got loose? Open the damn door, I've got children!" a woman shrieked. "Look, we're on emergency power. This building's empty for the event. No one's coming to help. It's just me and my partner here. We can't even try to open this door if you don't back the hell up," Johnson started, but before he could finish, a blinding blue light exploded in the showroom center. The floor trembled violently beneath them. Screams erupted farther back in the crowd. Johnson and Phillips barely caught sight of a gaping opening forming in the wall on the right side of the room. Several people darted inside, and within seconds, 5 bolted back out only to be viciously ensnared by chains that tore into flesh and bone, ripping their bodies apart. The screams ignited fresh terror, and the crowd surged again, pushing toward Phillips, Johnson, and the powerless exit door. Desperation took hold as the 2 soldiers let go of their weapons, letting them hang against their chest by their straps. They turned, bent down, and strained with all their might to try one last time to open the door. But the fresh wave of panic causing the terrified crowd to push forward more crushed them, pinning them in place. The bottleneck had formed. There was no room left. Johnson spun to raise his weapon, but the flood of panicked bodies was too fast. They shoved him down onto the cold floor, relentless weight pressing against him. Breath hitched. Panic rose like a tide. He was suffocating. And suddenly, the haunting memory flared. Less than half an hour ago, they had all seen that small boy drown in the lake. His tiny hands clawed the water, gasping, disappearing beneath the surface. Now Johnson was drowning, not in water, but beneath the suffocating tide of flesh and terror. Time warped in his mind. That moment felt like hours ago, but the terror burned fresh and raw. The crushing weight bore down harder. He was being trampled to death. His chest tightening until every breath was a desperate gasp. His arms flailed blindly, grasping for anything to pull himself free. But the crowd was a living beast, unforgiving and unrelenting. His vision blurred. One moment he could see the heads of the masses above him, and then darkness crept at the edges. Pain exploded through his ribs with every failed breath. His lungs screamed for air, but there was none. Then blackness swallowed him whole. Phillips screamed Johnson's name, terror breaking his voice as the truth settled. He was not getting up. More bodies were being pushed down, trampled, piling on top of Phillips. He tried to push away the falling bodies, tried to reach past them to get back up. It was in vain. The crushing bodies pressed down on Phillips, pinning him to the floor. His muscles screamed in protest, but he was trapped beneath the unbearable weight. The red emergency lighting casting an eerie macabre glow over the jumble of trampled broken bodies around him. A pit of death formed by panic and chaos. His mind flickered to the same haunting image of the boy in the lake, drowning helplessly, fading beneath the water's cruel surface. Now Phillips was drowning too, in bodies, in fear, in desperate suffocation. His mind flickered to the same haunting image, the boy in the lake, drowning helplessly, fading beneath the water's cruel surface. Now Phillips was drowning too, in bodies, in fear, in desperate suffocation. He tried to crawl, to move, to find even the smallest space to breathe. For a fleeting moment he pushed up. He got 1 foot flat on the floor, and then felt pain flaring in his leg like white-hot fire, a bone snapping with a sickening crack. His broken femur and the weight of the multiplying fallen bodies slammed him back down, crushing the air from his lungs. Strangled breaths clawed at his throat. Every inhale was a battle, every second stretched into agony. And then, a faint, distant, guttural scream cut through the nightmare.
No! I'm Freddy fucking Krueger!
The sound was muffled, echoed from somewhere far away, unseen, terrifying. It lingered in the air like a spectral warning as Philip's world narrowed to blackness. It would be the last words he ever heard. His body convulsed weakly, once, twice, then stillness. Otis could taste it. The air in the showroom had taken on the unmistakable flavor of blood. Sharp, metallic, coppery. He knew it too well. The taste of death. So much of it. How many had died already? He didn't have time to count. Where would he even begin? He was leading a small group of survivors. those lucky or ruthless enough to still be breathing and not currently laser focused on the one unopening exit, toward the only beacon of hope in the carnage, the high ground, the stage. They were close now, almost there. He could feel Jason Voorhees still closing in, a relentless shadow inching ever closer with each breath. Had Wagner failed to stop him? Had she even reached him at all? Otis pressed a button on his headset radio. "Wagner, Phillips, Johnson, progress report," he said, moving quickly. Silence. He tried again. "Soldiers, come in. Wagner, were you unable to get to Voorhees?" More silence. Static. Then finally a click, followed by distant muffled screams, a gurgling noise, a horrible rattling, another click, and then nothing. "Johnson, Phillips, Wagner, answer back!" Otis barked. But he knew, deep down in the pit of his gut, they were gone. Whether ripped apart by monsters or crushed beneath the stampede of terrified people, they were gone. He felt a deep anger that they had been killed because a man with too much money needed his ego stroked. But Otis and his team knew the danger of the job. They hadn't gone into this blindly, so he held no ill will to Prism. Edwin never sugarcoated anything. He was very clear with the security team about the dangers of this gig. Otis and his team had even helped wrangle most of the gallery. But it didn't make losing good men and women any easier on the grizzled soldier. "God damn it," he said. Bethany and Nate heard it all but said nothing. They followed their captain. They would mourn their friends and fellow soldiers once their mission was complete and these people were safe. Otis reached the stage and climbed up steps on its far right. Behind him came Bethany, Nate, and Sonia, holding Toy tightly, followed by the Whitmans and the young couple Kelly and Trevor. The screaming from the showroom's far side continued to echo, a seemingly never-ending song of dread. At the center of the stage, a heated argument was underway. Edwin Prism and Branson McAllister were chest to chest, voices raised, eyes wild, while the smaller, jittery figure of Francis McCoy hovered between them, trying to break it up. "Sir, sir, Otis is here," Francis called over the shouting, spotting the head of security leading a group of people onto the stage behind him. But Edwin didn't even glance over. He was locked in a furious standoff. See what your selfishness and greed did, Ed? God damn it, look out there! People are dying!" Branson shouted, gesturing at the carnage beyond the stage in the dark showroom. "My techs, they swore the cells would hold. I've lost a lot here too, Branson," Edwin snapped back. Branson's face twisted in a snarl. "You've lost a lot here? Like what? Your goddamn collection of death?" "My reputation, for one. This sort of thing could ruin my image forever. You think I wanted this? Besides, we don't even know how bad it is out there. You could be overreacting," Edwin finished, not even believing himself as he spoke the words. "You saw that fucking void open up and swallow a dozen people before it closed. You may have tried to shut your eyes or look away, but you know chains came from nowhere and ripped people apart. Don't tell me I'm overreacting. You killed these people, Prism, not the monsters that you put on display for more attention. Those killers are bullets fired from a gun you loaded and pointed at innocent people. God damn it, Ed! There are children out there, yet you still defend your actions like you're the goddamn victim." Edwin opened his mouth to fire back. "Jason is coming!" Otis bellowed, voice cracking like a whip. The stage froze. All heads turned. He knew there was no time for bickering. Whatever it was he walked up on could be sorted out later. They needed a game plan. "I'm here. How do we get that door open? How do we get the rest of these people out?" he demanded. Edwin blinked. We don't. I mean, we can't. Not fast enough if Jason is still coming." But I can get out of here. I can get us all out of here to safety. I just need the return cube, Edwin continued. He looked around frantically at the soldiers and the people standing with them. He didn't see the return cube anywhere. The group looked back at him in confusion. Where is the return cube? He asked, a bit of panic showing in his voice. Otis frowned. What do you mean, return cube? What are you talking about? Francis swallowed and raised his hand sheepishly. I may have neglected to tell him. When I called Otis to the stage, I forgot to say he should grab it. I was too worried about you, sir, your protection. Edwin exploded. Are you fucking kidding me? You are useless, McCoy. I know, sir. I am so sorry. Should we try to go get it now? Francis asked. It's too late. It might as well be on the other side of the goddamn planet now, Edwin retorted. If Jason is coming, there is no time. No telling what else is waiting out there. Why do I even keep you around? Francis hung his head in shame. I am so sorry, sir. You're right. It is all my fault. Edwin spun around in a panic, pacing. He was yelling at Francis. No one else existed. He was only thinking of his own safety. Without a return cube, I can't get back. Fuck, Francis! I needed that cube, you moron! I was gonna go somewhere safe, wait it out for a bit, then return when the dust settled, you imbecile! Of course! The hero of humanity was going to go hide in the past somewhere. He was going to run away from the problem, let others deal with the fallout, then come back and try to buy his way out of trouble, Branson said, disgusted. I got news for you, Ed. You really screwed the pooch. These people dying are some of the richest, most powerful people on the fucking planet. Your money isn't going to save you this time, and I'm gonna be there to watch you fall. Whether it's this Jason taking you down, or when you get hauled off in handcuffs. Oh, fuck off, Branson. Like you would be any better wielding this kind of technology. You puff your chest all you want. Deep down, you're no better than I am, Edwin shot back. The gateway? Wait. Did you say we can use the gateway to get out of here before that thing kills us? Well, fuck, man, let's do that. What are we waiting for? Trevor shouted from the back of the group. The Whitmans began nodding in agreement. If that is truly an option, Prism, then we should really be taking it, and soon, Otis called out. Well, Otis, it might have been an option, but now it's not, because without a return cube, we can't get back if we go somewhere in the past. And I can't chance traveling to too recent of a time. You know, a time when I could just swoop in, grab a return cube from my own stock, wait it out, and return. I can't do that. Wherever I travel to, I come out somewhere near the exact spot I traveled from, and I can't chance running into myself. I'm not sure of the implications of that. It hasn't been tested. No, we need a return cube, or traveling to the past is out of the question, Edwin began. The air seemed to have been sucked out of the room, and then an idea struck him. Wait! A month ago, I was on vacation for 10 days. I was in Australia. I needed a real break from it all. I had turned off all technology. No one could contact me if they wanted to. I could travel back to that time, and I wouldn't run into myself. I can get the full team together, and we can return the killers we had collected. The Raptor, everything up to that point. We can stop it before it happens, Edwin beamed, as if his genius just saved the world. And I can leave a message to myself explaining why we can't do this. Branson stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Wait, if you're seriously planning on doing that, wouldn't it already have been done? Shouldn't we not be here right now? If that plan was going to work and you traveled back to that 10-day period and did that, then why are we still here now? Branson asked, confusion and anxiety showing on his angered face. I don't know. This is new territory, but it's all I got, Edwin stammered back. Branson gestured wildly, speaking sternly towards the group Otis had brought. He doesn't know! You hear that, folks? He doesn't know. Branson then turned to face Edwin, a look of pure hatred and fury written across his face. This, Edwin, is why you don't hoard discoveries like time travel. You collaborate, you test, you learn from other minds. Francis jumped in loyally. That's not fair. Edwin has done more for science than any man alive. He has saved more lives than you ever will. Maybe you're right, Francis. But now, your butt buddy over there has killed just as many. And probably even me and you, Branson snapped. Edwin took offense, and he and Branson squared up again, the argument reigniting. He just took out 2 people. There's no one left between him and the stage, Sonia shouted from behind. All eyes turned. Jason Voorhees was only a few feet from the stage. In his left hand he held his mother's severed head, in his right his machete. Even in the dim crimson haze of emergency lights, Edwin saw his eyes locked onto him. He knew Jason was coming for him. Edwin sprinted to the control panel of the time gateway, fingers flying across the keys. So, what's the plan exactly? Nate asked, rifle raised. I'm setting it for a month ago, during my vacation, Edwin said. Maybe Branson is right and it's all for nothing, but it's all we got, and it's better than facing what's about to walk up those steps, Edwin shouted back, adding, You're all welcome to join me, even you, Branson. Or if you are too disgusted to follow the lead of such a villain, maybe you can just stay behind and have a chat with Big, Tall, and Ugly. Preach to him about how his violence isn't the answer. Maybe he'll listen more than I do, but I'm getting the fuck out of Dodge. Jeffrey Whitman spoke up. How are you powering the gateway? I thought we're on emergency backup. Edwin didn't look up. It has its own source, a dedicated power well deep beneath Prism Tech, purely for time travel use. Very high voltage. That's not important right now. Shh. And there we go. Edwin finished putting in the order and had executed the activation of the time gateway. The giant ring began to stir. Blue arcs crackled around the circular ring as the air inside shimmered. The smell of ozone filled the stage. Edwin climbed up the side of the ramp from where he stood at the controls. You may want to join me up here, Edwin said to the group. The group rushed up the ramp to stand with the trillionaire, even Branson. The portal began to spin. The soldiers stood near the bottom of the ramp, covering the group. Jason was climbing the steps of the stage. Toy whimpered and buried her face in Sonia's chest. He's gonna get us like the other one got Mommy and Daddy, Toy sobbed. It's okay. I won't let him. We are going to be okay, I promise, Sonia softly said to Toy while stroking the young girl's hair. Nate raised his rifle. Otis and Bethany did the same. Cover your ears, Bethany shouted. They fired. Rounds slammed into Jason's body. One struck Pamela's head, blowing off a piece of her ear. Still, Jason didn't stop. He was walking right to the ramp. Edwin glanced behind him at the forming portal in the ring. It wasn't complete yet. He swore. Shit! We just need 30 more seconds! The guns are doing fuck all. He's not gonna give us 30 seconds, Otis snapped, beginning to reach for his sidearm. Suddenly, from the opposite side of the stage, gunfire erupted. Jason staggered as bullets ripped into his side, catching him by surprise. Jason snapped his head at the new arrival. A memory stirred in Jason's stunted mind. This man he now saw was almost the spitting image of a man Jason had killed not long ago before being taken from his time and brought to be put on display by Prism. Jason Voorhees, a voice roared. Today you die for what you did to my dad, you bastard! A man advanced, assault rifle in hand. His clothes were torn, stained with blood. The rifle he held was the kind Otis and his team carried. Otis took notice and shouted over the chaos, "Who the hell are you? Where did you get that rifle?" The man didn't take his eyes off Jason. "Stephen Stubbs. Got it from a female soldier. I think she died trying to stop him. I assume she was with you. Sorry for your loss, sir." He paused. "Jason killed my dad, Scott Stubbs. He was a good man, a good cop, and I'm not leaving here until this son of a bitch is dead." If anyone on the stage had seen Stephen's father, they would be more likely to believe this man was his clone than his son. Their resemblance was more than striking. As a soldier, Otis could recognize that determination in the man's eyes. He somehow knew this man had spent years waiting for this moment. Otis was sure Stephen Stubbs knew he was either getting vengeance for his father this day, or he would die trying. Perhaps both. Otis respected that, and silently cheered for the man's success. "It's almost open," Edwin shouted, looking over his shoulder. He then turned his attention back to Jason and Stubbs. Stephen opened fire again, walking forward while doing so. He now stood between Jason Voorhees and the control panel of the Prism Time Gateway. But after several bursts, the rifle clicked dry. "Damn it!" he muttered, tossing it aside. He drew the handgun he had also taken from Maria Wagner's corpse and fired. The puny pistol was even less effective than the assault rifle. It only angered the large mute. Jason lunged forward. He raised his arm, his grimy hand holding that familiar blade covered in blood and gore. The machete came down. "Shit!" Stephen yelled as he dodged just in time. But Jason's blade crashed into the gateway's control panel. A bolt of electricity surged up the blade and into the undead killing machine that held it. Arcs of electricity ran up and down his body. Jason convulsed. The gateway sparked wildly. The portal flickered. The power surge was causing glitches in the gateway. Something was wrong. Images stuttered across its swirling core, cycling through time periods from recent trips Edwin had taken, as well as the coordinates he had just put in moments before. Prism Tech, Crystal Lake headquarters, 1 month ago. Camp Crystal Lake, 1957. Camp Crystal Lake, 1980. Then, it settled. Crystal Lake, Cretaceous. No one on the stage even noticed the scrambling portal. No one saw what the portal had become. They were all looking to Stephen Stubbs and hoping the electricity would take the killer giant down. Stephen raised his pistol. He pointed it at the temple of Jason Voorhees. He glanced over to the portal and the group standing on the ramp, and saw behind them the portal had opened up to what appeared to be a beautiful sunny day in a clearing near some large trees. Then he saw Jason was no longer convulsing. The electricity was not going to stop him. "Get out of here! Go!" he called to the group standing on the ramp. After seeing Jason barely react to the assault rifle rounds, and now no longer reacting to extremely high voltage, Stubbs knew the pistol he held would not take down Jason Voorhees, which meant he would not succeed in getting vengeance for his father. Stubbs accepted his fate. He wasn't walking away alive. He had spent his adult life waiting for this moment, but he had completely underestimated the legend of Jason Voorhees. When he had learned of this macabre event, this sick gallery of darkness, he had trailed a man who was coming to the event alone. He had snuck up on him in the parking garage, knocked him out, took his invitation and tied him up, gagged him, and put him in his trunk. Stubbs now felt a pang of guilt about that and hoped after this was over someone would find that man and let him out. He had heard Jason was more than a man, but believed most of that to just be campfire stories, myth, urban legend. He had hunted for Jason for decades, not knowing until recently that Voorhees had been removed from 2003 and brought to 2045. The sudden chance to confront Jason hadn't given him much time for planning. He had let blind rage guide him to this point. He had been flying by the seat of his pants. Hell, if Jason hadn't escaped and set the chaos of the night into motion, then Steven's entire plan had been to get close enough to wrestle away a gun from security and fire as many bullets into Jason as he could before being subdued himself. Yes, he had rushed into this night, trying to seize the opportunity. Steven Stubbs now knew Jason Voorhees would have his life just like his father's before him. However, if he could save a handful of lives in the process, then perhaps he would make his father proud. And right now, that was victory enough. That was how he would honor his father's memory. He turned his attention back to Jason and began to squeeze the trigger. But Jason dropped the head of his mother, reached out and grabbed Steven's arm. The voltage still running from the broken control panel through Jason's machete and into Jason himself now flowed into Steven's body. Steven spasmed, smoke curled from his mouth and rose from his body. He was being cooked alive. He hoped the people would make it to safety and that his father would indeed be proud. And then his world went bright white, and a moment later he joined his father on Jason's list of victims. He had never learned exactly how his father had died. He had no idea Scott Stubbs was killed by electrocution at the hands of Jason in almost the exact same fashion as his own demise. He had only ever knew that Jason had brutally murdered his father behind the doors of Weston Hills all those years ago. Had he known the details, then in a morbid way maybe these final moments would have made him feel even closer to his deceased father. Because not only had he died in almost the exact same manner his father had 42 years prior, in a macabre bit of irony, the father and son had both spoken the exact same last words as well. The light in Steven's eyes went out. Jason released him. Steven's body hit the floor, still smoking. Mere seconds before Jason let go of Steven's lifeless, smoking body, Edwin had turned and seen that the portal had fully opened. Without hesitation, he leapt through, still not noticing the destination he had programmed had changed drastically. The rest followed. Otis, Bethany, Sonia carrying Toy, Nate, the Whitmans, Kelly, Trevor. No one even hesitated. The alternative was chancing fate against a killing machine that could withstand assault rifle fire as if it were pellet gun rounds and couldn't even be taken down by the highest of voltage. Jason yanked his machete free from the smoking, sparking control panel, picked up his mother's head, and walked slowly up the ramp. The portal flickered. One moment, Crystal Lake in the Cretaceous was there. The next moment, the portal was gone completely. Then it was back. Gone. Back. The pattern growing less frequent. The Prism Time Gateway was powering down completely. The portal came back one last time for mere seconds, but it was long enough. Jason stepped through. The group of would-be survivors had escaped the showroom, and they thought their troubles were over. They had escaped the killers, but one of the killers had followed them, and they would soon learn that their troubles were only just beginning. They were on a new path now, one they had not expected. Now they would find themselves in a world they weren't meant to be a part of. Not only did they now face the dangers of a time long forgotten, but also on their trail was the undead killing machine from Camp Blood. The nightmare they had found themselves in was nowhere near finished. gateway powered down with a final crack of energy, smoke pouring out of the control panel. Several elements of the ring had gotten so overheated that they had begun to melt. Liquid metal was dripping all around the ring. Severe damage had been done. On the floor by the control panel lay the still smoking blackened corpse of Stephen Stubbs. He may not have avenged his father, but had at least bought a group of people the time they needed to escape into the time gateway before Jason could attack. He had at the very least given them a small head start from their stalker. The showroom, full of panicked people, none the wiser. Dim red emergency lights cast shadows across a floor painted in blood. The screams and panic still echoed through the large room. Dozens still remained. And though the killers were gone, aside from Charles Lee Ray hiding in plain sight, wearing the body of a 6-year-old boy, the mass of people had no way of knowing the true danger had passed. They continued to push forward, no care for the well-being of their fellow man. They each were only concerned with that small chance of survival for themselves and their families. So they kept fighting, clawing, screaming, trampling, trying to reach the door that still, for now, refused to open. Be sure to subscribe, click the like button, click the bell, and if you want to help out more than that, you can become a Patreon member, you can be a channel member, do a super thanks comment, one-time tip donation through PayPal or Cash App. There's all kinds of ways to help the channel out. The merch store is up. Just check out the description and the pinned comment below. There's information on how to help the channel out more, and just spreading the word is a big help too. And you can also find my other 2 books, Friday the 13th Quarantine and Nightmare on Elm Street Celestial Slumber, on Amazon in ebook, paperback, and hardcover right now. That information will be in the pinned comment and description as well. Thank you all so much for listening and hanging. Be excellent to each other, and stay sane inside insanity. I'll see you soon.
The gate was supposed to save us. We thought we escaped the killers. We're one of them who escaped with us. And now, there's no future left.
We fell through time to ancient ground, where giants walked where streets don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves are black, and something's always watching back. Claws not teeth, the jaws are scale, but something called to run our trail. A mask of a breath, no words, no cry, just chasing, walking, and you die. No God, no rules, just cast the dirt. The jungle breaks and makes it hurt. No scream can reach the stars we knew. He's behind you now and coming through. Primal, still in silence, red with rush. Primal, he's not alive, but he still hunts. The rich can roar, the raptors scream, but Jason tears through every dream. He doesn't run, he doesn't bleed. You hear the crunch, you watch him feed. Behind in trees and caves at night, but still he wants no need for sight. He waits while thunder splits the sky and strikes when stars are blinking dry.
He doesn't belong in this time, but this time belongs to him now. Nothing of the dinosaurs challenge him, because even they know what death is.
I stare in ancient ray. He doesn't stop me, doesn't change. Lost behind, mask ahead, between the beast and him. You're dead, a scream is lost in jungle cries. A friend impaled before your eyes. The BF Rex flees in the dark. Jason stayed to leave his mark. Primal, the blood drips on a cretaceous stone. Primal, the past is screaming, but you're alone. A monster from the ages.
We thought we escaped the killers. We're one of them who escaped with us. And now, there's no future left.
We fell through time to ancient ground, where giants walked where streams don't sound. The sky is red, the leaves strip black, and something's always watching back. Claws that deep,